Good morning. Hey, we're just getting started over here. How's everybody doing? Sunday SWAMPTACULAR SPLASHFEST 2025, number 46. Can you believe there's been 45 other Sunday SWAMPTACULAR SPLASHFEST 2025s? I find it very hard to believe, but it's provable. It's, confirmable. All right, let's see here. Just messing around a little bit. I got some plans for today. Once the gang wakes up, once we get, some players. So right now, check the who all list. We got a couple other players on right now, which is good. Getting there. Okay, let's pass you this. Resist. Try it again. Let's get started over. Hey, hold on. All right, one passy down. It's gonna say, let me not pick up the mug until I'm sure I don't need both hands for. We got the sun never sets on a legend mug in the house today. True. I'm not like an Elvis fan or anything. I like the sentiment. You know what I mean? Sun never sets on a legend. That's true. Ah, it's hot coffee. It's hot. All right, let's see here. I'll see this one. I'm gonna charm this one. As soon as Mez wears off, I'm not even gonna wait. We're killing this. I'm gonna theft of thought it. That's why I did it. We can equip this thing a little bit. I got a torch. I think I do. Oh yeah. Beautiful. Slaying wizards like it's no thing. I'm gonna go kill that one. Ooh, ivory. Third Chester scramble. I just fed them, so it must be scramble o'clock now. Did kill a frenzy here last night, but it dropped a ring. Classic. How it goes. Oh, hey Buster, come here. Oh, charm broke. See if the root can hold long enough to get this charm back on. Otherwise, I'm toast. This freaking torch. Oh my god. That's fine. Could have been worse. I just stood there looking at it for a sec, just like, charm break. What do I do? Usually they attack me, but they're both rooted, so it's just like a does not compute moment for a sec. All right. This one, I'm gonna slow. I'm to anyway. Good. All right, I'm gonna go get Scroto. The mighty Scroto is joining us for the earliest section of this stream, but we're just getting started over here. This is phase one. We got a couple phases. We got a question of the day coming up later. We got all sorts of events, occurrences. noteworthy moments. You know, you got to be here. So, join me in this, caffeination era we're in. We're getting up. We're getting caffeinated. Ooh, yeah. Oh wow. Opal, emerald, ivory, and all the gems. Hit it with a nuke just so I can theft the thought the mana back. I don't know. It's gonna. As soon as I can kill this Dargle, I'm gonna go grab Scroto. It won't take long at all. Okay, here's the scary part. You know what? Need a little more space than this. How about you guard here? I'll go way over here. Okay, this is the scary part. Gotta break the charm and then stop him. Oh my god, he's on me. Okay, we're good. We're good. He interrupted my route. I didn't have enough space. All right. How many anarchies is it gonna take to kill this Dar? Is that 10? I'm thinking like 2 more after this one. Okay, 1 more. Perfect. Go in and melee it for the last 2, right? I'm just kidding. I'm very squishy. Obviously. Up all this goodies. Alright, let's go get Scroto. Easy. See if there's any better stuff I can pick up right now. I don't want to waste any torches. I got an idea. Got a great idea. Charm this guy. Give him a torch. And then go sell the fine steel stuff while we grab Scroto. Every little bit helps today. We need plat. We need all that stuff. Oh god. Town plays. It's true in the big leagues over here. Let's get started. Cheers. Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest. You know it's the big one. I'm gonna get out of here. Go get Scroto. Scroto's right outside, looking for an invis. No problem. I'm happy to provide an invis. You know what? I'll give it an invis. I'll give it clarity. I'll do all that stuff. Just getting started. I think Scroto might be grabbing a coffee too, though. We'll find out in a sec. Well, you know what? That gives me time to hit the vendor real quick. There's a vendor in the swamp. You gotta love it. Takes like 2 seconds. Empty out my bag of all this, heavy, cumbersome. Yeah, we're gonna get Scroto all factioned up in here maybe this morning. Kill enough dead frogs that we're good to go. So, cleric and chanter, what a classic duo. Name a more iconic duo. You know what I mean? Okay, maybe Shadow Knight and Shaman, but you know what I'm saying. Cleric and chanter, they can get a lot done. Maybe even more done. I don't know. We're about to get into that. Oh, here. Moonstone ring, fine steel, that. You know what? Even that got sold right now. All the single stacked nonsense. Not the J-Man walking stick, though. Yeah, I got it on a chanter. Somebody who can cast Tash. I know, I'm silly. I'm going to move that off. I'm going to put it like I would say I'd put it on the bard, but the bard's already wearing one. I put it on somebody. Maybe the warrior. Anyway, so if I sell all my gems, I'll have a lot of plat, which is fun. That's fun. I'm gonna hold a couple of gems. Let's go get Hillbilly or Scroto, Captain Long Whistle, whatever you want to call him. Let's go grab him. Who's Sofa King? Looking for a port. Asking me or Hillbilly? There's only 3 people online. Sofa King, if you're in the chat, say something. I do really like the chanter when it's going well, of course, right? Sometimes things go a little silly on the chanter, and it's not as fun in that moment. But for the most part, very fun. Go get him. It's in here somewhere. I think he probably. I know he's been working the ladder way. Let's go check the ladder way, right? Not to give away your path. It's the good path. Oh, you made it to lower Gawk. Well, I'll be right there. Coming behind, coming in hot. We're at the ramp in the water, almost to lower Gawk. Water. Trying to picture it. Oh, this one. Same spot as me. I'm not really concerned with this freaking frog lock. We're okay. Let's just go. Like the ramp in the water. What does that mean? As I'm approaching, like the exact same spot. All right, I'll give you a C invis. Give you a little invis. Invite you to the group and then give you a little invis. I'll even hit you with an IVU. What's the other one I need? Oh, color skew, right? This is the 44 one. Yes. Need that. Want that. Gotta have that. I was missing a few spells. Now all I'm missing is charisma gear. You know what I mean? Oh shit. I forgot. Not playing the Shadow Knight right now. They don't all love me. I gotta kill a lot more dead frogs. Make up for all them live frogs I slaughtered, you know? It's a nice thing. Once they like you, you could just cast IVU on yourself like in the swamp. Run through and you don't even gotta stop. You can just keep it pushing. I do have I don't think it's so Boon of the Clear Mind. That's Clarity 1.5, right? Is that what you would consider that? I have that now. Level 52 spell. Just put it in my spell book last night. Good to go. Ready for action. Scroto can be first recipient besides myself. Cast by Ruby. Someone meet me at AM. So let's do it. Go to the AM. The frogs know you. They know what I've done. Right? You'd think the word would have traveled. They'd be like, I'd be cool. on Ruby. Just because I killed a few Froglocks here and there, you know? Alright, Boon of the Clear Mind. Let's get it going. Let's see. Oh, it doesn't even take a long time to get ready. Alright, Scroto's out of mana, so let's let him recover a little. Very little, you know? I'm gonna start doing my thing. Grab this. Hey, Splendid Genesis, if you want to join us, you know you're more than welcome to log up your Shadow Knight or something. Get going. Ooh. And fight each other. Let them duke it out. Alright, let's get troll form for a little regen. You know, it's not authentic troll regen or anything, but it's the best we got. And I think I could actually slam with the troll regen on, which is cool. Neat. Keep Rune up. Didn't want that running any further. It's annoying. Ooh, Peridot. Blow through plenty of those today. Don't you worry about it. Actually, I'm not even using that rune. I'm using rune 2, which is like Bloodstone. Cheapo. Cheapo rune. It works, though. It helps. It's something. Alright, next room's tough. The AM room itself, that's a tough room. Inghoul Wizard. Orghoul Wizard. Alright, I'm going to attempt a passy here. Ooh! And with the mez, and with the mez, oh my god. Thank you for that heal. Alright, what's this Zal at? Zal's at 0. Zal's dead. Zal's dead, baby. Alright. Dargul is very low. Let's freaking finish him. Root wore off pretty quick. Where'd he go? Uh-oh. There he is. Gotta back this guy up. Oh no, I didn't even mend my nuke. Oh boy. Pawn surgeons or master pickpockets? Yeah, where do fish keep their coins? That's a great question. Uh-oh. Woo, we're killing it. We're killing it. We're killing it. It's dying. Good job, Scroto. Excellent work. All right. You know why my charms are probably breaking so much? Because I lost my charisma buff. Don't even look at what my charisma is unbuffed. This is. I'm an enchanter. I'm an enchanter over here. Crazy. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know looking at me, but I am. XP's flying. Honestly, this is good. Scroto's out of mana, but I'm sure he's still got clarity, so it'll come. Mana comes and goes. You know, we've only cleared a couple frogs. If you're saying XP's great already, we're a couple frogs deep. It's only gonna get better. I just did the frenzy room when you were on your way here, so this is ready to rock. We're cooking over here. Let us cook. I do have a plan. Hey, Poop Slinger, what's going on? Great to see you. Shout out to Poop Slinger. Justin Beard says the fish keep coins in their invisible pocket like it's a cartoon. The invisible pocket, huh? Let's see here. Hey, thank you for that raid, Poop Slinger. I hope you're doing great this morning. I'm just getting started over here. We're about to try to break the next room. Scroto's level 44. Okay. I already landed a passy on this one, but I know it wore off. You know, maybe if we were back in the 7-minute passy days, we'd be good. But we're not in those days. Not those days anymore. Okay, that was a friendly resist. It wasn't too bad. That's a good one. So I don't like charming casters usually, right? They're just more of a pain. But I'm gonna do it. Might as well. Hmm. You know what? I think I'll mez the core, right? It should hold a little easier. Lower level frog. And then we'll DPS the Jin into you know, ceasing to exist. Yeah. Fish that swim on land like a cartoon character who runs off a cliff doesn't fall till they realize they're in the air, right? That is a funny analogy there. All right, well, Theft of Thought the Jin. Hell yeah, love stealing mana. Whoa, beat up my rune. Okay, Gorgul's taking some beats here. These things happen. These things definitely happen. Let's get suffocate going. We're gonna need all the freaking tricks we can get to save this core right now. Not a heal though. No heals. Not interested. Uh oh. I'm in trouble. Oh, thank you for that heal. Good heal. Now the gin. Bad spot. Okay. We nuking the shit out this. Hopefully it doesn't hit Scroto. Oh, yeah, we got it. Nice. Very nice. Very nice. Wow. Look at all that XP. Those fizzles, yeah. It could be rough. Little fizzles. But now we can enjoy a little med break. We killed 2 rooms now, right? I killed the Frenzy room before Scroto got here. We killed AM room just now together. Now we can chill a little bit, get some mana back. And then you know, reevaluate. Maybe we go to Frenzy, see if it's up. Maybe we go start killing this hallway. Maybe we kill that reanimated hand room. Maybe we go straight for the Lord. Who knows? Who knows? Only time will tell what we get into. We're just getting started over here. It's 6:24 a.m. on Sunday, November 16th, 2025. It is the Sunday SWAMPTACULAR SPLASHFEST 46 of 2025. Consistency, right? That's the key. Every Sunday. Here, like clockwork. It's going to be a nice long stream today. Plenty of EverQuest action. Of course, we're on the PvP server. It might not look like it when everybody's holding hands and singing Kumbaya. It's showtime. But it's true, we are. We really are the PvP server. Red 99. I'm about to refill this coffee mug. Be right back. I love this mug. I love the sentiment of it. You know what I mean? But it's a little on the smaller side. It doesn't hold the full pot like some of them. Be right back. Hey, Ishiwatari Q. Good to see you. I was gonna say good morning, but it's not morning over there. But still, terrific to see you. I'm glad you're here. Just getting started, level 52, and like what, 15% in? Maybe we're getting there. We're cruising. I got big plans for today. I want to go get some faction. I want to go travel. I want to see some sights. Maybe loot some loots. You know, who knows? Slay some foes. But what I do know is I got a rebuff. All my buffs are off. So clarity and charisma. I probably got dispelled. Honestly, it happens. Aggressive frogs are pretty mean like that. All right, let's see here. Almost time to check on Frenzy Room. Almost. We'll chill a little bit more. If I'm only 50 mana, Scroto probably needs even more because I was casting stuff. Oh, that's what I'm missing. I was gonna say I was casting stuff like Theft of Thought. Let's get that back on the bar. That's a nice one. Not everything here casts, you know, I gotta pick and choose my targets for it, but keeps my mana, you know, workable. Um anyway, yeah, I just need a little more mana. That long whistle needs a little more, and probably about time for repops at Frenzy though. You know, any minute now. So we're gonna head there next. Join me, won't you? In a moment.
That was easy.
Sure was. Alright. Let's go check Frenzy. Let's go see what we see. Should probably tell the group here. Check Frenzy. Me and Scroto holding down lower Guck. If any other flowers want to join us, or any friendly face. If anybody wants to join us, hit me up. Let me know. We'll get going on it. All right, one pop so far. That in mind, maybe I should grab it. Where's the Rusty is? It did take me a while to kill them all. Right, first one died, and then I think the hallway one died. Here he is. Whoops. I'm gonna root this right on top of my pet. There we go. The rune back on. Whoop. That was a big misclick. See, that's why I should use the Ishiwatari approved method of I always forget. I always forget to do that. I was gonna say, do you not need line of sight to mez? You do. Yeah, I'm at frenzy. I didn't ruin myself yet. Gotta stay ruined. Gotta stay ready. Right, Bloodthirsty's doing great. Doll's getting wrecked. Good. Do. You think this is gonna land? Or you think I got no line of sight? That landed. Okay. We got one more pop in the room happening momentarily. We'll be on the left there. Maybe it's a frenzy. Let's find out. Love that. Frenzy with a sash. Come on. Come on now. Let's get it. I haven't seen a sash drop since I gave one away at the Sunday SWAMPTACULAR SPLASHFEST 2025, number 33 palindrome special. Remember the palindrome name contest that we had in Grob? It was awesome. It was awesome. Let's finish this stupid young ghoul. There we go. The young ghoul wasn't dying. Hopefully Scroto got XP for that one. Not sure how far away you are right now. As long as you got XP, I'm happy. Happy to hear it. You guard. You knew that contest was over as soon as you saw D level. Yeah, that was amazing, honestly. What a good name. What a good palindrome name. Alright. Bloodthirsty Ghoul, just about dead. This thing's at, oh my gosh. What percent is that? 0. 0%. All right, Captain One Whistle says he's getting XP. That's what matters. It's okay that you're lost in Guck. As long as you're lost in Guck close enough to get XP, everybody wins. Because I'm at a full bubble in now. If I was soloing, it would not be going as fast because I have to outdamage my pet. Sometimes I do when I, break the pet spell and then start over, And it's easy to outdamage the pet when I don't have a pet, but when I have a pet, I probably let the pet do all the work, right? That's my whole gimmick over here. All right, so that was Frenzy. I can break this next room. Or I shouldn't say the next room, right? But it's like a room that I like. It's a high value target, right? The Cavalier. Do I still have a thing or did I sell it? I might have sold the drop. Yeah, I sold the drop. That's why I have so much plat on me. The drop is like 180 something plat. So, come here. The first right. Guy in the corner. Placeholder. Got 1, 2, and then there's a pather. The passy. Might not even have to hit the. So this will be the pet. Bust out the animation. I spent too much time doing invis, you know what I mean? Too much IVU around here. I do have it. I have a pet spell. The animation. For a second, it took me a second. Like, what's the animation? Right, the pet spell that I hardly ever use. All right, Erdgul Wizard. There we go. Look for this guy. Steal his mana. Oh, we got crack in the zone. Use your animation sometimes with green. It's really not that bad, just not good in all situations. Right, yeah. So one time I tried to have him tank, and that's when I found out he's not really strong enough to tank what I was trying to tank. You know what I mean? But doesn't mean he's useless. Squishy AF, right? But it's almost like a dot, right? You get a little damage over time going, basically. He whacks on stuff. If you get him whacking on stuff, you can't even tell him to. But you probably will. We'll get around to it. All right, let's get back on the road to AM. I got you on the IVU. Farm Grims, give him a junk weapon, a torch, let him go ham. Yeah, I love the power of the torch. It's like kind of kooky crazy, honestly. All right, So anyway, we killed the Cavalier placeholder. That was the pet, right? My former pet, the one with the torch that just died. That was the Cavalier placeholder. So in 27 minutes, we'll go check that again. Maybe get some nice plat farm going. You know, when it hits, it hits. It's nice. Just doesn't always hit. A little early over here. Recast clarity on Scroto. So, this is like my least favorite spot to fight, honestly, because of the pit. That pit is so annoying. You get Scorpion Pinchers, their Bard instrument look funny on Charms and Pets. I gotta check that out. I like that tip, thank you. The nice thing about this is a group clarity, so when it wears off me, it wears off everybody, and it's a good reminder, like, hey, that group spell, cast it. I need a fresh rune. Seeing Viz wore off. I like to stay seeing. Right? Knowledge is power. I say that all the time. How are you gonna know we can't see? Alright. So this will pop before the room. But first, I think we killed the Dar outside. I don't know the order, but we might get the Dar outside before any of that. Take this for now. The Dar comes from up the hall anyway. I don't know what to worry about. Core fighting a core. Core on core violence. The one that's got its back to us is my pet. One facing us is the enemy. But basically, I pulled these because I wanted something to steal the mana from. You know? Always good. Alright. Still waiting. Still waiting. This Dar's gotta be up by now. Is that him? You the guy? Right. Scroto deleted that core wizard. It went down smooth. Nah, you don't gotta heal this pet. I don't care about this pet. I'll let you know. Looking good. It's looking good. This XP sweet as frog meat. Yeah. Alright, we're killing this one. Whoop. He's making a break for it. Nice thing is he was looking at me. He wasn't even trying to cast on Scroto for a while there. All right, we got a Dar. I'm putting Rune back up. Definitely. I'm gonna take this as a pet and hopefully use it for all of the room. Pass you this. Beautiful. I'm not casting haste on it. That's a little much, right? I'll give it a torch and a weapon. That's good enough. Bad enough, depending on who you ask. You know what I mean? Uh-oh. Where'd he go? He went in the pit, didn't he? I tried to stop him. Spamming pet back. Here he is. You good? You went on a little adventure there, Dargul? I thought he was targeting something through this wall over here. There's nothing in this room. That's what you're telling me. Okay. What you're telling me? As long as I got Rune up, I'm happy. We should have a pop here any second. Let him freaking bust down in here. Just waiting. Chilling. Any second. I just don't remember which one's going to be the first target. I think the core is standing right where the Dar is. I know. Ooh, nice buffs. Thank you. Right? The dancing undead frog. Where are these pops? Can't believe it's not up yet, honestly. I figured we would have seen him by now. But maybe we took a little med break first or something. It is what it is. Probably took a little med break. Med break's not a crime. His charm's been holding so strong. I hope it, holds when it matters. Oh. Why did he go back down the pit? Oh, no, he didn't. Whew. He looked like it. All right, we got to pop. Finally. Oh, looking good, looking good. Swish asks, is it literally Sunday Spectacular Splashfest 2025 number 46 already? It literally is. That's the craziest part about it. Like, not even, no hyperbole, no tall tale, nothing. None of it. We're doing it. We're doing it live. Hey, Swish 2. Cheers. Dink. Just get started over here. This Dargwool pet has been holding solid. Almost too solid. Jin down. Tor down. Dar up. Um all right, this is the scary part. Oh shit, he interrupted me. Scroto may make it to 46 today. Let's do it. I already got good chunking of XP. Nice little chunk. Oh, words of Kazakh Thule. It's a piece of paper that just says Praz, right? Am I right? Not sure you've ever seen me on an enchanter before. Really? So yeah, Ruby Rod. I made this one back a long time ago, 2012, when we were all doing Fifth Element names, right? I made Ruby Rod. It was like level 1 probably for the longest, right? That's the level you start at, but Ruby stayed level 1 for a long time. And then I eventually was trying to farm J-boot MQs. So I was like, let me level up to like 12 so I can bind and then gate, back and forth. It'll help with like ring mulage, you know what I mean? Ring of Ancients. So I was doing that on Ruby, so I had to level up. And then I just kept going. Here we are, level 52. I want to get level 60. I want to be another useful chanter for the guild, you know what I mean? It's good to have a purpose. So yeah, it's last time I played Ruby on stream, I will fully admit it was kind of a disaster stream. I died a lot, right? Sometimes it's just things ain't going your way, but I didn't have color skew at the time. Chilogan, he watched and identified a problem, right? Don't have an AoE stun. How are you gonna do Chanter stuff without an AoE stun? Apparently you're not. So here we are now. I got an AoE stun. I haven't cast it yet this morning, but we're doing good. Chilling. You know? Just getting started, you could say. So I'm glad you're here. Everybody, I'm glad you're here. Let's go. Let's go. What's next? AoE's on red hit group. Yep. I want to do an AoE group later, honestly, which will be fun and funny. Scroto says Chanter's ridiculous. Kudos to people who do it right. Chanter's really fun. Once you get the hang of it, it's like stupid. That's buffed thanks to Scroto was hitting me with the buffs. Once you get the hang of Chanter, they're like busted. I want to get this Dar. Oh, how about this Dar? Oh yeah, I forgot. I forgot I'm picking up Crack. Hold on. Our buddy Big Crack is in need of a pickup. And I said I'd get him after we killed the AM room. See if I can camp out before this no. Trying to camp this Dar and grab I just want to grab him faster. I don't want to wait for this Dar to die too. Oh my god, the mess wore off again. So freaking annoying. Just stay there. Being so lazy, but I could have killed it already by now. But hindsight's 2020. Don't you hate when stuff breaks root or whatever when you got under 5 seconds, and then you try to wait it out? Like right now, Mez is off, right? But I rooted it. Root's holding 5 seconds. Scroto's offering to pick him up. I could do it quicker. Watch how quick I can do this. As long as I don't crash. Don't crash. Oh my god, crash for sure. Yeah, I crashed. Hold on. Trying to show how fast I could do it. I'll just take a moment. As soon as it lets me back in, right? I'm on this screen now. I don't have an active character. I logged out. You saw me do it. You saw the camp countdown went down to 0. I'm not there. You know, Scroto can confirm. I'm not. I'm out. So this active player allegation is nonsense. I won't stand for it. Now this is what happens when you crash. It does this for like the longest 30 seconds of your life. There we go. Let me in. Now we're gonna pick up Crack. We're gonna trio Gawk until the rest of the game wakes up, right? I know Fardotron had some big plans. He's trying to you know, get the people going. Once once Fardotron gets up and anybody else wants to do all that stuff, we'll go get it. I just need something to hit. I don't know if I want to mess around in this zone. I don't know this zone for shit. Let's go hit something outside of this zone. So nobody knows. Right, this is between me and you that I'm gonna swing the hammer. On the PvP server, swinging the hammer could put you in a predicament. You know, you don't know what's in the outpost. You don't know who's over there messing around or lurking or. But tell you what, when there's only 3 players online and it's me and my friends, I'm not as worried. So, kumbaya, you know? Sunshine Rainbows, Red 99. This should port me off soon enough. Oh, what a jerk. Trying to go. There we go. That didn't take so long. I hate when you're just like killing stuff with the hammer. You got to keep finding new targets. Kill that little noob mob. Kill that little noob mob. Like you're just running out of stuff. It's so annoying. I like when it works first swing. All right, where are you? There you 300 mana. How close am I to 300 mana? Let's load skin Duxa for a sec. I don't use Duxa, but sometimes it's nice to see a numerical mana value. 275. Not bad. Get quickly back to Velius, because I hate that one. It's just, what a mess. Especially the way I have it stacked, you know? No offense to Duxa enjoyers. Like, I get it. I understand that, you know, knowledge is power. I say it all the time, and that one gives you some knowledge. Take some of the guesswork out of stuff. But ugh, you know, I just like this cleaner classic look. Even though you know the UI might be stacked in a way that offends your sensibilities, but do this right. You got to get the like cinematographer view. Take your hands, make a little vertical video. Look through the slot there, and then you see my vision. Right. This is meant to be viewed in a 9 by 16 or whatever. You know, weird. Anyway, here we go. Thanks for bearing with me for this little port session, right? Well, a brief break in the action, but it's only going to be more action after this. I'm thinking maybe crack can be like the tank, right? And I'll charm something for DPS. You like Duxa because it has the hand slots and the button bar used on your bar and got addicted to it. Yeah, I mean, for real, it's so powerful on Bard. That was the only one I was using it on for a couple of years. But I quit it. I quit it cold turkey. I'm using Velius on the Bard too. And it's like, yeah, of course I miss some of that stuff. Of course. But it's, you know, it's just too much. It's too much for me. It's too unclassic. I like the classic looking. I wish I could get Stone UI or whatever, like the real one. It's got to be real though. It's got to have it when you open up the inventory. You see the rear view pic of your character. I wish we had that one. The rear view mirror. Uh, I mean, you could do. I like to toggle between the title window. Choose your title. Shift T. Right. That's the secret there. I keep the title window hidden because it's not classic, but best we got to look behind real quick. Um, I like that better than cycling through views with F9. You know, that's a little too many. There's what, like 5 different views in F9? That's too many. Little spear. Oh, ow. Tricked. I'm just trying to hit him with the Sow. Thing is, he's probably leving over all the water. And even with my cheetah, he's able to take a more direct path and beat me there a bit. Hit him with the Sow, and then I'm getting back on Ruby ASAP. I should have hit him with the Sow before we left. I didn't know it was going to be this hard. There he is. All right. Back on Ruby. Good shit. Who needs mana? Not me. I'm gonna log out with like very little. Don't tell anybody. Listen, that's between me and you. Our little secret. Don't let anybody know that Duldain has no mana and is therefore poses no threat to anybody. Right? A druid with no mana. What are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? Bark at you? You know? All bark and no bite. Need mana. All right, fine. I got a Lumi staff. I could very slowly lightning strike you to death. So I guess that is a real threat. Make a silent move back to Ruby. If I don't crash, it'll be a quick move. Let's find out. Ah, it's a crash. For a little bit, I had it fixed where I wasn't crashing anymore. But then it must have just been a lucky streak and nothing was fixed at all because nothing changed and I went back to this. Either I crash or I don't. You know, nothing's guaranteed. But if I don't crash, I tend to not crash for a little bit. You know, I'll get a few in a row. There's a Windows XP compatibility setting that seems to work. Yeah, I've tried that. I've tried literally every fix. Chilogan's even hit me with some fixes I've never heard of before. I've tried those too. Um, you know, sometimes I'll get lucky right after a fix. I'll be like, "Ah, oh, this is it. Finally worked." And then the next time I crash, and it's just like, I don't know. I don't know anymore. Tried everything. Tried Winnie Q2. I've tried what's that other sketchy ass third party program that was supposed to fix it? I got rid of that as soon as it didn't fix it. Am I using ME? Of course I'm using ME, right? Isn't everybody using Millennium Edition? It's 2025. I don't even know if is ME still around. I don't think so. Let's get back in there. let's dive on in. Back to lower dock. All right. So Scroto, I would assume, has a whole bunch of mana, just waiting for some action. All right. Let's do it. forgot which one I didn't passy, so I just ran in there. Figured they'd sort themselves, right? Figure it out one way or another. Alright, so Zalgul versus Zalgul. One has a torch and a weapon, and the other doesn't. And somehow, the one with the no torch and weapon is winning. Interesting. That'll help. Go for the Wizzy next. I'm gonna steal its mana. Or it's too late. Hey, grats on 45, Scroto. That's huge. A nice one. Almost planar, huh? We're gonna pull this pet back here. We're gonna kill the pet. Easy. Easy. Alright, let me try to find a better pet. I don't want a wand ghoul pet. That's like pathetic. Ruin myself. And then grab pacify. I'm gonna passy through. I'm gonna grab a better pet. We're gonna come back. Kill that wand. See if we had Crack with us already. He could tank the wand, but I'm not gonna put Scroto in that position of either healing an enchanter tank or trying to tank it himself at his level. You know, it's a little much. It's a little much. You got an NPC to do the heavy lifting. Oh, you know what? If this guy stops, we'll grab him. Sure. I already torched him. I was stashing the torch early. Remember the beginning of the stream? I stashed a torch. I was like, yeah, that'll be good later, you know, because I wanted to pick up another fine steel web because I was on my way to the vendor anyway. You know, just trying to squeeze all the platinum out of Guck I could this morning. I'm still on that. I'm still on that. This torch encumbered me. That's so funny. The torch that broke the chanter's back. Alright, next up we're going to steal the mana from the wizard out there. Blah blah. Nice nuke. Theft of thought. Now it's a lot of aggro. They don't like this. But it's pretty dang cool. Alright, we're gonna kill. Oh! He went around the corner. I wasn't expecting that one. I thought he was gonna charge me. Uh-oh. Fuck. I was trying to mez that one before it was too late. He's coming with a couple ads for sure. Oh no, no ad. Alright. That could have been worse. Tell this Dar to attack the wand ASAP. Could have been worse. Definitely could have been worse. Alright, there's another. I'm surprised that the Dar came single. It's because I'm 52 now. If I was 51, I would have pulled that whole other room. I know it because I've done it very recently. A sentinel could make a nice pet, honestly. But let's kill it. Slowed that. And let's even suffocate it. Hardly ever do that. There he is. The pet's rooted too far. The pet and the sentinel are both rooted. They're too far apart to hit each other. Hilarious. Sentinel doesn't cast, right? He's just a wizard. Or I mean, just a wizard, just a warrior. Yeah, I was gonna try to steal his mana, but if they don't have mana, it doesn't work. Damn, Sentinel has lots of HP. Right, I know. That's why he would make a nice pet, because you can complete heal him, but I don't want a nice pet, I don't think. Uh-oh, here it goes. A little Rudy Root. Old Rudy Root. Okay. Let's kill Dar. Whew. Almost hit me. It's like doing that demonstration in physics class, right? Where the teacher holds the bowling ball and lets it go and it comes like close, right? You ever see the video where like somebody pushes the bowling ball instead of letting it go? You know, like who would have thought it's gonna fucking hit you in the face really hard? Anyway, feel bad. Feel bad for anybody getting hit in the face with a bowling ball in physics class. This next split. I can... There we go. You got it just right. Let's see. Hmm. Not a bad resist. One more. Hmm. There it is. There he is. So one more. Let you kill that one. I'm gonna charm. I'm gonna charm one of the other ones and tell it to kill the other one. Let's be efficient like that. For all my torches. I guess I'll go to slow up, huh? doing something while I'm doing nothing. Agla asks, anyone need food or anything? Actually, for a change, I'm all stocked up. Stacked up. I even have bandages. That's the crazy thing. But maybe one of these other guys. All right, we got one more. Okay, no, let's kill something else. This dar's too high. There you go. These just pull themselves sometimes. Try to beat up the dar a little bit. I always call this dar Trouble, right? That's his name. The one that's across this here, the one that stands right here. I named him Trouble because he's trouble, you know? Always trying to do something. I guess we'll kill a couple more things. Dar's too strong. Nope, Dar's getting beat up now. Kill them all. There we go. A little chaos is always fun. A little chaos pull. 30% in. This is like too easy for to be 50s in Guck. This is too easy. We're flying. Good grab, Scroto. We were gonna let that rock. Dark Mail gauntlets. Good shit. Too bad clerics can't wear them, but they're nice. They're nice, you know? Oh, this Erd that Erd guy was hanging on for dear life. Let's think about going back towards AM. I'm gonna do hand room, lord room, maybe the cavalier popped. I did clear the pH before. Go AM. You don't have to kill it, just check it out. Scout it out, please. And me and Scroto will met a little bit. I didn't even ask Crack if he needs mana. Didn't give him a clarity or anything. You know, it's fine. It's fine. If anybody needs a Ring of the Ancients, speak up. It would have to be quick, you know. All right, let's get to AM room. Med up, buff up. I don't have rune, and yeah, no crack. Don't have clarity. Some people call clarity crack, so crack don't have crack. We gotta get crack some crack. Puck shivers into getting J boots. Yeah, I mean, if there was like an underwater equivalent, right? J flippers, he'd be all over them. You got to respect the dedication. Shout out if anybody doesn't know what we're talking about. Let's do a little shout out. I must spell it wrong. There we go. Click that. Click that heart there, and watch a real journey, a real exciting and different journey. Right? Like this is the same server, right? Red 99, just like the rest of us, the few, the proud, the EQ PvPers. He's here, but he's doing a different path, right? You've heard of alternative leveling paths, right? You know there's the path less traveled, sure, but this is the path. I would be so bold to say never travel. I don't think anybody's ever tried to go like strictly underwater leveling, and not just pulling stuff underwater and killing it there, but like existing. That is the ecosystem of Shiver in the Bar, and that's impressive. Anyway, really get him to buy banded armor. Like all he want to do, water drop gear. So, oh, you're the one who convinced him to expand a little, because yeah, I know at first that was the original plan, and now still rugged. I'm still impressed. You know what I mean? But water only gear, there's like nothing. And then quests, there's like even less. It's crazy. Oh, a torch for me. Nice, thank you. Anyway, let's chill here 2 seconds, and we'll be right back at it. that falling down the pit. At least I didn't get stuck. Could have been worse. But of course I didn't have, what's it called up? Invis Undead. That would have been actual planning. Zill gave us some cash. He bought Thurgood and Velium weapons that proc. He even had to twist his arm for that. The game is a challenge doing it, you know, without restriction. Once you start self-imposing restrictions, like, who knows? Who knows how challenging the game could be? It's a little Thurgood weapon with the Velium proc. That'll go a long way, I think, for him. Like, I'm glad. I feel like as a bard, no matter what, with enough determination outdoors, a bard's going to succeed. But, you know, that assumption doesn't put water in the equation. So, anything could happen. I'm excited to watch it. Every time I see that he's going live, I watch. Got Hoglet in the house. We'll get, oh, Hoglet in the camp. Where have I been? I ruined myself. We got the passy. Alright, let's try this. Try passy and then charm one. What do you call a regular fail that doesn't pull aggro? Just call it a fail, right? Critical fails once you pull aggro, but one more. It's always nice when you can passy both, because then it's leisurely. Alright, here we go. We're leisurely now. Pull rune back up. I'm gonna give a torch to my pet. Here we go. The pet's at 93. The other one's at 90. I think Hoglet just nuked my pet. My pet is getting fucking whooped. Hold on. Stop killing my pet! Oh my god, you guys. I said the pet has the torch. Alright. Saved it. Saved it. Good. I was a little panicked for a sec watching my pet get absolutely deleted. Like everybody targeted my pet and nuked. That was funny. That was good shit. It died fast. Oh my god. It's just gonna kill me if that was happening. You didn't hit pet. Okay. I guess. Maybe I... How did I give the torch to the one that wasn't my pet? Or was I looking at the target? I don't know what the... I don't know what's going on. Am I just panicking because the target got deleted? Whatever happened, it happened so fast it was scary. Learn to enchant, noob. I know, right? It just scared the shit out of me because it just died too fast. Or I gave the torch to the wrong one, but I don't even know how... Yeah, something died. We did good. I broke the charm because I was just so panicked. Aga says, sorry I'm so strong, right? It was terrifying. It was awesome power. That's scary. All right. I don't, like I said before, I don't really like having a caster pet, but I'll do it. Whatever I gotta do. Uh-oh. You go through, where is he? You go on a walkabout? Okay, yeah, he sure did. But he's here now. Goodness. Well, I know Scroto didn't nuke the pack because Scroto's out of range. Okay. So I guess that one goes house. But nobody nuked the pet. I had the target. I watched it get deleted, and it was just. My pet's dying. Kill this core. Kill them all. Uh-oh. Stun the shit out of me. Any heals coming? No? No heals? Whew. Got a heal. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Where's this one? We got a runner. We got a warper. We got several warpers. When they go this way through the pit, you gotta stand right there. They don't come back. Hmm. Hmm. Well, not sure what the. Yeah, I could have done something different there, but the recast on the stun is pretty long. I don't know if it was up at the end there. It's kind of in just fight or flight mode, mostly flight. Mez and move, but stuff was just waking up so fast. See if I can get back and help out. Looks like Scroto died too. Um, a target. Need this Star to leave. This huge water elemental season biz and will definitely aggro me. Too low level. So, wait for the Dar. Okay, Dar's going. Clear over there. Passy the elemental. As long as this Passy works. I didn't mem any other spells, so. Didn't get Mez, didn't get a gate, didn't get anything for oh shit moments. We grab that. Gate, grab a Mez. Just get back there. Help them out. Um Yeah, I broke the charm on the pet. We can try to get the XP from it, but I'm not sure if that even died. It was at like 0 and alive. I went for a Mez on it instead of a nuke because the Mez actually, might have a chance of landing it. I was at such low HP. I didn't really have time to try to channel any real spells. That's what I thought anyway. I died anyway, so who knows what I could have done. Fun bags. What's going on? Hey, I got a question of the day, everybody. Question of the day. What was your staying home sick routine? Right? I told you what mine was before in a stream way back when, but this time I want to know what yours is. I used to watch movies. That's when I would like, you know, cozy up on the couch with my comforter from the bed, and just Price is Right. But the Price is Right is not all day. Or wasn't back then. I don't know. Is it? Making a silent move over here. Okay, so as you've seen, I got Goblin in position. Just saying. Next person that gets me killed, gotta log Goblin. Unless it's me. Next person besides me to get me killed, gotta log Goblin. Fair enough? Alright. Res whatever pile I got going on by that point. We got a little pile going. 2 corpses, that's a pile. It's a heap. 3 corpses, still a heap. You know what I mean? Nothing changes. Nothing changes. We've overcome the hump. Right? It's not a disaster stream. This is EverQuest, baby. What would Fippy do? He'd get back up. I'm ready to go. I got my corpse. Ready for action. I got a full mana bar. You know what I mean? Just about. Who's ready? Who's ready for this? It's not a disaster. It's, we got a named pop. We're doing nice. We got some sweet shit going on here. Who's with me? Anybody who has aggro right now, speak up. Let me know. If you got aggro, raise your hand. I see the slain Chewy character. We got a Joker. We got a Joker in the on the red 99. We'll find them. We'll find them. They're level 1 right now. They're safe. There's nothing we can do. Level 2? Different story. But Funbags, how you doing? Anybody, what's your... Listen. What is... I'm not even showing the EQ. What is your sick day? When you were homesick. When you were homesick, what was your routine? What would you do? Would you just sleep it off? Eat some soup? Would you watch Jerry and Price is Right? Would you let the daytime TV rot your brain a little bit? It's okay. You can admit it. This is a safe place to admit that. He's slaying like sledding. He wants to slay with me because it's the holiday season. Wow, 'tis the season. Want some clicks? Alright, anyway. Next time I die, Goblin can clickaroo. I got 2.5 hours worth of corpse time here. I'm ready to do this. This is a tough little spot, I'm not gonna lie. I got Rune up, I got Major Shielding. I got my Charisma buff, bringing me to a blistering 176 Charisma. Zilkerl, what's going on? What's going on? Hey, if you're just joining us, everything's been going just swimmingly. A+. I don't know what... Alright, no, for real. What happened last time? I'm over there in the frenzy room doing stuff, and then all of a sudden everything's kooky crazy in the frenzy room. Was that did something warp, or did somebody bring aggro? All I know is I seen stuff coming from outside of frenzy room, and I started in frenzy room, so I know it wasn't me, unless something warped. I can't speak to that. It is Guck. Unexplained deaths on a chanter. Oh no, they're explainable. Easily explainable. You gotta take chances. Sometimes you make a mess. Sometimes stuff's doesn't go quite as smooth as... Alright, Hoggle, if you're sitting out, you gotta go like way somewhere else, because this is the AM. It's the big boy. Toss Scroto and invite. Who is the leader? I'm not a leader. Question of the day. Yeah. What was your what was your like sick day routine? If you're staying home sick from school back in the day, what'd you do? Would you play EverQuest? I would certainly try to sneak some EverQuest in when once the game was released. It's not like you ever took a sick day to play EQ. Never. Nobody. None. Of course not. No EverQuest when you were in school. Yeah, it didn't exist yet, huh, Captain Marvel? So what did you do? Regale us with tales of your youth. What was it like? Zilkaril, you stayed home from school for like a week in middle school, spent the entire time trying to break your high score in a single line Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3. Did you do it? Do you remember if you succeeded in your goal? Who's the group leader? Who can invite? Get me up. Get me in. Kept getting higher. Well, yeah, there you go. It's one of those things that you could chase forever, I guess. All right. I'm about to try to break this. Let's see how this goes. It's kind of spooky. But I already said next time I die, I want some reses. So I'm feeling good. I got like a little safety net. You know, I'm willing to. Thought I was taking chances before. Now I'm willing to go freaking bonkers with it. There we go. Landed the passy. We'll go around the other way. Let's see what we get. Who's this guy? Oh, Juan. No way. Juan can't do it. If it was a Dar, I was going to take the Dar over the core. I'll take the core. And I'll take what I can get. Get a little pet going. Alright. This core will attack this Archmagus. Used to say Archmaggy. Remember that? Remember that? Remember I did a whole stream trying to pop this guy and did not pop him once? That was crazy. Anyway, how's everybody doing? This question of the day is, anybody got an answer besides Zilkaril? Captain Longwhistle says no EverQuest when you were in school. And Colin plays. I get what you're saying. You're being a little, you're making a joke. You're saying you have played some EQ on a sick day. I believe it. Nothing wrong with that. Kill that core. Core is very low. Like I'm like, go kill that core. I don't tell them that the AM is also there. I'm very sneaky with that. I wanted to surprise them, you know. I'm sure they knew. You got to see all the friggin' casting going on from around the corner. It's slowed. It's slowed. It'll be fine. I'm gonna get a pet. Will you guys do that? Oh my god, why did I think I had to levitate? I'm watching everybody else bob around me, and I think I'm bobbing. Oh, I guess I could take this as a pet. Not a good pet, but it's something. Bobby's World, yes. Remember that one? You ever watch Bobby's World on a day off from school? Yeah, sick day? Okay. So the story I told that when I brought this up once upon a time. Uh-oh. Whew. Nice. It emerged. I hate when they don't emerge. Um, but okay. So I saw Star Wars for the first time ever when I was homesick from school on VHS. It was before the special edition came out. Hey!
Delco Donnie subscribed to your channel for 3 months.
Thank you, Delco Donnie. You say it was always patch day when you were homesick from school? Thank you for that answer. I appreciate that answer. And I know, right? What's up with that? In the modern day, for me, holy shit, why is there always so many frogs? Oh my goodness. I'm going down. All right. Oh my goodness. Maybe, just maybe, if I go way over here, it won't train my group. Probably train my group. What happened there? Okay, I know I aggroed one. How did I aggro the world's furthest froglocks? What's up with that? Okay, that one was my fault. I'll take that one. Guck happens. Guck it. It was always patched. Okay, so what I was about to say for me, I was trying to play a little Fortnite a few years ago, and anytime I would get the chance, it was like a patch. Luckily P99 doesn't take us down for patches. There was that one time recently where it was like a real sky is falling moment. Remember doing that once? Took the day off to play EQ. It was patch day. No server to log into the whole time. It's just that's how it goes every time. I don't know how they know. I don't know how they like can do that, but they do it. Um. My suck watching Lori and Jerry while playing Pokemon on my Game Boy. You're sick. Oh, okay. You're sick days. Chicken ramen and orange juice. Hell yeah, that sounds like a good combo. See, you know what combo I don't like? Powdered donuts and orange drink. For some reason, For some reason, that combo don't work for me. Orange juice and glazed donut's fine. Orange drink and a powdered donut. I don't know why. I don't know why I thought of this because you said orange juice. Silk Girl asked, "Did you hear laughing?" Yeah. You might have. You might have. I think Cyber Angel might have just gave herself up. Captain Long Whistle, when you call him sick from work, you'd watch horror movies all day. Uh, that sounds like a great idea, honestly. The beauty of that, it's daytime, you know? For me, I'm not trying to say I'm scared of horror movies, but I'm just trying to say if a movie's some movies are too scary for nighttime. You know what I mean? You're gonna screw up your whole night. You're gonna be thinking about that movie, you know? Daytime, it gives you time to like wind down. You can still, you might still think of it when you're laying down. You close your eyes and see that spooky face in the closet in The Ring. You know what I mean? I think The Ring was the first like too scary for nighttime movie that I thought I saw. You know, you're immune by now. Yeah, I think you could desensitize yourself to all that. But anybody else? Last thing that scared you real life was a book about a witch. Really, a book scared you? Did it hit close to home? Was it a local witch or something? Because I think that would scare me. Reading about something. Hoglit's gonna log Goblin. Thank you. Thank you, Fardotron. I don't even have the camera on. Nobody told me. The just was the witch would just randomly pop into people's houses. That is scary. I remember I read a really scary book as a kid, and it was like a trilogy. And I got it from like remember like Scholastic book fairs and the little cheap paper like, what do you call those things? Catalogs? A little like catalog thing to order books or whatever. That I'm pretty sure it came from that. Probably from like a pack of random books. Like I would get like the random horror pack. That was my jam because you know, bargain shopper. That thing would say like it was like whatever percent off. I'm like, that's a great deal. Book fairs. Yeah, yeah, book fairs. Well, there was like a thing where you could order books that they didn't have with you. I got to put the question of the day in the description. There is a question of the day. What would you do on your what if you stayed home sick? What was your go-to? What was your routine? For me, I'd like to watch a movie. And still to this very day, if I'm not feeling good, that's what I do. I cozy up on the couch, you know, get my comforter from bed, you know, get comfy as I can, you know, and watch a movie or three, you know, trilogies. Anyway, speaking of trilogies, I read this book and it spooked me. I don't know what it was called now. Really useful comment from me. I think it was like The House on Cherry Street or something like that. Let's see if this is a book. Let me put the question of the day in the stream title first because I'm, you know, I get distracted. Here's Scroto. Um, after we recover, do we want to go to phase 2? Have we had enough of phase 1? I think phase 1 has been wildly successful. I peaked at about 30% XP, and I'm gonna get there again. I'm not like stressed about that. Um, Hold on. I gotta read what that Fartotron said. Something. Hold on. QOTD. QOTD. What was your? I'm gonna put it in quotes. Home sick routine. Would you play games? Watch Price is Right? Alright. Play games, watch Price is Right. I know. That's the question of the day. Phase 2. Alright. You remember multiple times you rented Super Metroid. It would make you more sick because that game's spooky AF. I don't know if I ever played Super Metroid. I got a boon of the clear mind coming for Gabo once you approach. And we got a fresh Sal. Who's the leader? Let's see if this works. It didn't take hold. Hold on. I didn't have target group buff on early enough. Interesting. I typed it while I was casting. And as I was doing, I was like, I don't know if this is going to work. It didn't work. Kevin Longwhistle says daytime TV was so bad back then. It was like still bad when I was staying home sick. All right. We're going to phase 2 after this. And I don't know who I want to play for phase 2. I'm thinking Duldain, which is convenient because I can port people. And I'm here. Right? So as soon as I get rezzed, we're starting phase 2. We're taking this show on the road. We're going somewhere else. I'm not gonna play a chanter for this something else. I'm gonna play a druid. You know? That's fun. We'll do phase 2. If anybody wants to join us for phase 2, let's go. I liked Jerry Springer back in the day. Definitely. You know, I couldn't get enough. Couldn't get enough. Maury. If it was, like paternity testing, big into that. Hey, Funbags, if you're out there, passing along word that Bartotron has something for you. Oh, Shiny Goat, you say the CBS lineup: Zaboomafoo, Arthur, Magic School Bus, Sagwa the Siamese Cat, Dragon Tales, Bill Nye the Science Guy. Shout out to Bill Nye the Science Guy. Excellent. That couple with a soup or a PB and J and a okay, I gotcha. Soup, a PB and J, and a red or blue Squeeze It. Whoa, I haven't thought about Squeeze It since so long. I get you. I get you. Zaboomafoo. So that I remember this existing. I do. I was a big fan of Arthur, of course. Who wasn't a fan of Arthur? Arthur's still great. Magic School Bus was wild. I remember the books for that. But Bill Nye the Science Guy was that one. I would probably see that in school more than out of school personally. But it was always a good day when Bill Nye was doing the thing, teaching the class. You know what I mean? Teachers tired. Bill Nye's teaching today. It was more educational than some of the other offerings. Uh, when the TV got wheeled out. Right. I remember watching things that were not relevant to school at all in school frequently. You know, maybe that's why I can't spell. I don't know. I don't remember what class it was. It was probably all the classes. Back to 30%, just like that. Thank you, Fartotron. Feels so good. We'll leave these as this little graveyard as a reminder. You know, a warning to all who enter. In 8th grade English class, you constantly watch School of Rock for some reason. That's what I'm saying. Like, what was up with teachers not teaching? They got away with this shit. Remember shows Street Sharks and Biker Mice from Mars? I remember Street Sharks. I don't remember Biker Mice from Mars. I remember the Street Sharks toy line. I remember especially like the hand puppets that you could like I didn't have any, but I remember, playing with them. They're cool. I think they're kind of like a collector's item now, a little bit. They, or at the very least, they didn't become worthless over the years like some things, right? They held some value slash appreciated a bit. But I don't think they were cheap originally. That show seemed to have a big budget. There's no Street Sharks video game. Yeah, I don't know. It's like it's weird the things they chose to do video games for and didn't. It's like they had to start these projects so early that they might have high hopes for something that didn't pan out, and then other things might be kind of a surprise hit, where it's like, damn, we didn't even really try with that one. We were just trying to rip off Ninja Turtles again. Everything was just trying to rip off Ninjas because Ninja Turtles sold toys. Everyone wants to sell toys. It was the. I don't think they can get away with the advertising to kids the way they used to anymore, right? I think the whole landscape's changed. Plus, everyone's watching the YouTubes now. They're not watching cable or network TV as much anymore. In general, right? So everybody did that cord cutting thing, and now they're pirating streams or whatever, or just a new era. So I don't know if we could ever get that Ninja Turtles style toy line again, except when they remake Ninja Turtles every few years. Still hits. I feel like toys are for you know the same generation that's always been playing with toys. Kids these days like you know Doom scrolling and brain rot is the epitome of today's kids. I mean, can you blame them? It's like I don't blame the kids. Because I feel like I would have done the same thing as a kid. Because it's just like technology's cool and fun at any age, you know. Doom scrolling and brain rot is the epitome of today. How about that? Drop off the S kids. Um, it's too much for Droga. No, we're bringing everything to Droga. Be right back on Dull Day. Let's do silent move. Nobody knows. Nobody knows I'm getting on Dull Day. And we're gonna port around. What would you know what I mean? Like this is phase two. We're entering phase two. Thank you for answering the question of the day. I really appreciate it. Every time I come up with the question of the day, I'm always like, is this gonna be the one? Is this gonna be the one that like everybody answers? We get like full engagement. I try. Every single question is carefully crafted for you know, because I gotta know. So I appreciate it. I know some people are shy. Some people don't want to ask. I know EverQuest questions can be you know, sometimes the easiest for me to come up with. But I try to only sprinkle it in there because not everybody plays EverQuest. A lot of people do, especially if you're watching right now. But you know, what do we? Oh yeah, I remember. I'm porting. I like drew a total blank. Like, what am I doing? Why did I camp? Anyway, this is the last of my coffee pot. I ate a little snack before. I know the mic and cam was off. Sorry for you know, I had to eat a snack. I had to get my head right. You know, I'm back, baby. What would Fippy do? Fippy would get up. I got up. What happened to that guy that's was gonna slay Chewy? Where you at? Who was the Jerry security guard who got his own show? Steve Wilco. Get off my stage. That's what he would say. Love that guy. If I was like out and about and I ran into him, I'd be starstruck. I can't even lie. I'd be like, oh shit. This guy. Get off my plane. Throws it out the window. That would be quite the twist, right? Like, in an alternate universe where he didn't like kind of derail his own career, that could have happened, right? Like they had that one guy it's like singing in a Uber, right? Like doing like karaoke with people or whatever. Karaoke Uber guy. But you know what I mean? They could have done Steve Wilco on a plane. Harrison Ford while playing MTG. See, I was thinking of a different kind of plane. That's funny though. That was a great movie. You know I loved Indiana Jones. I'm outside Guck. Who wants to ride? We're going on the road. We're hitting James Corden. That was the karaoke Uber driver. Thank you. And everybody loves that guy. But anyway, we're on EQ. I'm playing Doldain. Shemroid on the way. I'm picking you up. Let's go. No, I'm not trying to rush you. I'm hyping you up. We're doing it. We're so back. back. Shiny good. You say, fun fact, you were sick with the flu when you started watch the best of the show of all time, Game of Thrones. There was a season recap before release of season 2. You're sick as hell just putting something on and getting hooked. Okay, that's what I was starting to say before. I think I got so rudely interrupted by a bunch of frog locks it cut me off. You know, lost track of my thought. I was gonna say Star Wars was that for me. I was so hooked. I was so hooked when I seen that because I was homesick and I was like kind of in an altered state almost. You know what I mean? Like it was the movie was extra deep, very meaningful to me. You know what I mean? Kind of changed my life almost. Probably like fourth grade, something like that. Anyway, then they announced they were going to do special edition shortly after that. I was pumped and was counting down the days. And then when they came out with the prequel trilogy, yeah, that ruined it for me. You were watching Law and Order back-to-back reruns all day once. Captain Long was nice. Love that. Anything with a good theme song is good. Star Wars wasn't Star Wars until Han Solo stepped on the Jabba the Hutt's tail for comedic value. Fartotron, yeah. It was a move. Fartotron, you're still in GD? I've been sending you a Talask and coming to get you. Nobody knows. Listen, this is between me and you. Top secret communication. Everybody else just cover your ears while me and Fartotron are discussing high level strategy here. I'm gonna pick you up in Great Divide, and we're gonna go to the next zone. Phase 2. We're entering Phase 2. Now you know it's Phase 2 because we got the question of the day already introduced. We're over it. We're over any trials and tribulations we've overcome, and we're on to the next. I'm thinking we do so I thought the special edition added some cool stuff, but even I was a little like, you know, because you know me, I don't like change. I'm a purist for that here in EverQuest, and Star Wars was really no exception for me. And even though I'd only just been introduced to Star Wars a couple years earlier, and I was a literal child, I was still like, oh, this is a little different. You know what I mean? Like I'm the worst like that. Oh, Shemroy don't have Sal. Well, why not? When necromancers don't cast Sal on themselves all the time. I got you. I got you. Let's go to the next spot. Who's coming with us? I had this grand plan in mind where it was going to be so many of us that we couldn't even fit in one group. We were just going to absolutely massacre. I know. Han Solo really did disrespect the boss doing that. Like, and Jabba was out in the sand. He was like beating the streets. Like, honestly, I think Han should have been a little more respectful. But then again, um, they're trying to show his attitude, right? He don't care about none of that. Nothing phases Han. But um, that wasn't the thing that really changed it the most, though, right? It was the who shot first, right? If you watch the original, it kind of looked like Han straight up like murders that dude. I mean, you know, it was him. It was one or the other. You know, nobody feels bad for Greedo, but by making Greedo shoot first and miss, it kind of changes his character a lot, right? Like both of them. I don't know. I've heard this. I've heard this you know, kind of explained. And it really made me think. Stepping on Jabba's tail was a dumb way to change OG Star Wars. They had to do something. They called it the special edition. They couldn't just like not change stuff and not add anything, right? Like just having the Death Star explosion look cooler. That's not special edition. That's like remastered at best. When you're 4 years old, Growly Bud says you told your mom her butt looked like Darth Vader's real head. Wow, she still brings that up. That's brutal on both your parts. Brutal. But you were 4. She's still bringing it up on you? Man, come on. When's enough enough? But, wow. I guess you learned that day about what is not acceptable to say. Stepping on Jabba's tail was a dumb way to change OG Star Wars, says Collins Plays. Yeah. Character development means the character stays the same through the whole series. Well, that's how you know it's developed. Um, right. Okay. So I've seen that. I used to watch like all the behind the scenes stuff available on those VHS sets because so I had the original trilogy from it was probably my mom's, you know, or maybe it was from like a video store or something. I don't know. Well, obviously it came from a video store at some point, but the special edition came out and we had that in the house too. So that had a bunch of behind the scenes stuff and I watched all that. So I've seen this exact footage you're talking about. The OG footage, Han and Jabba. Jabba's some like sloppy looking dude in animal skins, right? It was weird. And he walks around him. They had to like make Han rise. It's cutting edge technology, right? Removing Han from the ground, putting him a tail height raised up, you know, so you can see that he's clearly stepping on Jabba's tail. Which and then Jabba's like, "Woo!" You remember? I remember. I remember. Anyway, we're hearing the OT over there. Um, I remember the plan. I came up with this plan. Of course, I remember the plan. We're going this way. Yeah, Splendid Genesis. If you want to bring Stargate and join us, you're more than welcome. The more the merrier. We're just gonna blast goblins. We came here before. It's Dr. Oga, right? That's the name of the zone. The only zone I could think of with like a real proper title like that. Um, I don't know. What do you guys think about Star Wars Special Edition? Overall I thought it was pretty cool until the one thing that like really made me like kind of like ooh was the Jabba's Palace singer. I know they worked really hard on that and they were super proud of that particular CGI. You know, it was very cutting edge lips in your face. Remember this one? I didn't care for that one. Okay, that one it was almost bad enough to make me say I don't like special edition, but it was just like that was like the one like thing. And then they pushed it too far that it was supposed to be gross. Was that it? Was I just grossed out, you think? They were extremely successful. Nailed it. Too successful, you say. Maybe. It is a thing. You can be too successful. It's the problem. Many Flowers of Happiness members, you know, you want to join the most successful crew. Come join Flowers. We will show you how to wipe and guck like never before. You're gonna have froglocks coming from all angles. You're gonna say, "How do they do that?" Even we don't know. That's the impressive part. I think that was. I know what happened the last time, right? There was 3. incidents. I know what happened the last time. That one, I take full credit. I brought a pet near a hot zone, right? Like a little, they peaked. The pet peaked around a corner in a spot where it was like, you're going to get a couple frogs. But it was like 4 frogs. Who we got here? A player. With that in mind, maybe I should see and viz. All right. Let's see here. Check this guy out. A member of Serenity. Who were you? Hey, Roki, if you're watching, tell us how to pronounce your name so I can say it right. He's on track. I think it's a bard. Out of range. Anyway, moving on. All right, Complay says, what do you do know is modern audience Star Wars makes you wish all they did was give you Jar Jar and Han shooting last. Okay, so I have not followed with any new Star Wars at all. So I think I've missed out on some stuff that would be considered good, right? I missed on some stuff that like is wildly panned, also, right? Can't win them all, especially when you're throwing that much content out there. Some of it's gonna be, um, best palindrome party, and some of it's gonna be, charming and guck. You can't win them all. You gotta take the good with the bad. You gotta think, what would Fippy do? You gotta get back up, do it again. 2 or 3 times, and then you're gonna change it up. We got Riki Meru in the zone. All right. So this is Shemeroids. First time here. We got Scumbag in the zone too. Let's hang at the zone line. All right, Fardotron brings up the point. Good take you've heard on Star Wars is it used to be years/decades between new Star Wars stuff. Now it's constant new Star Wars stuff ever since Disney bought it out. Yeah, I mean, they got to feed the beast. They got to keep it going. They got to, it's a machine. Machines need to produce. You don't know the new Star Wars guys other than Mandalorian and Baby Yoda. Yeah, I don't know anything. I used to. I used to be very plugged in Star Wars lore. I read all the books. I read all the freaking little side stories. They were great. And then You know, Disney bought it and was like, okay, this is the stuff that's not canon no more. Something rooted me. Who's this flash dowser? It was weird. Doesn't help if the machine produces shit, says Little Posty. Some of the new things have just been 100% terrible. Some things have been decent. Well, that's what I'm saying. You got to take the good with the bad, right? If you're taking anything at all, you got to take the good with the bad, or just don't take it. All right. So the way I used to get up here, as a troll, right? If you go just right, you'll hit your shin and bounce up. I don't think it works if you're not like a troll, right? You got to do actual lev tricks. And listen, I don't want to get into the specifics about what lev trick is cool. What lev, you know what I mean? Like, or not what. I shouldn't say what lev trick is cool, but it's after Bambi Legs got banned for being behind his own line, which is accessible with the same technology that enables lev trick. And what I mean by that is it's nothing third party, right? It's using your EverQuest window in an alternate way, right? I guess you could say, right? You could climb and levitate. That's the lev trick, right? So if you're allowed to lev trick, why can't you go behind his own line? I don't want to find out, right? I don't want to be the one to really experiment in that, you know? So I'm just not going to lev trick. I'm done with it. No lev trick to get up to the spot. Let's go down the hole. Book of Boba and Obi-Wan shows being bad made you sad. Splendid Genesis. Didn't need an Ahsoka show, but Mando and Andor good. What are we doing? Where's Hot Pig? Where you at? Yeah, I zoned out just to scout. Knowledge is power. I got to see what's going on out there. I know those guys left. I don't know where they left to though. I think they must have camped. Maybe they gated. Check who all. There's no mysteries on this server when there's 10 players online. We can check who all. We could be like, oh, maybe it's these guys. I don't know. Gone now. They might come back. All right, Hogpig, where you at? Coming in. Well, I think Star Wars has always had a lot of diversity as far as like aliens, right? Like think of the cantina scene on Tatooine. Like it's nothing new. That was the very first movie back in the 70s. You know, so Partotron says more like Star Snores. Wow, strong word. See, I was really into the original trilogy. Like I cannot stress that enough. It was like after Goosebumps, probably my next biggest interest. Like I took it and ran with it. I might as well take Harmony off the board. I can't use that. We're just gonna keep pushing through. All we can do. You got jokes today. Um. Anyway, we're just getting started over here. How's everybody doing? Like for real. It's my favorite day of the week. I'm loving EverQuest. I'm an EverQuest enjoyer through and through. I don't know about you, but this is the end of the coffee pot. It's only 9 a.m. I feel like I chugged the coffee today. Let's see. We'll we'll judge that based on how cold this remaining bit is. It's like cold, but it's not ice cold. So you know what I mean? I feel like I went through that pretty quick. 2012 since you quit Red 99 still get the itch. You'll never be free. It's hey, thanks for that fall. It's in there good. It's the bug. You got bit, you know? It gets under your skin and it grows and festers. The next thing you know, you're praising Kazakh on the bus. Um Barotron dropping the definition of addiction in response to that message. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a thing. We love this game. It has us all. I mean, think of what year it is currently, right? And then think of what year this came out. And if that doesn't, if the math doesn't math for you on that, there's Hog Pig. Come join us in the pit. Sport Justice says, yeah, it's an addiction, and I need help. Just not right now, okay? You have to want the help. Straight up. Notaddicted.com does no longer take you to the flowers forums. It was not a cult. And it still is. You could still go to Not a Cult. Not Addicted is no longer FOH. That's the one Fry sold like literal decades ago now. So um it goes to a certain website that you'll not name by name. I mean, I guess you're not wrong. If you don't say anything, you can never be wrong. Dude boy, orc boy, what's going on? Good to see you. We're just getting started over here. SWAMPTACULAR SPLASHFEST 2025, number 46 is in effect. We're on phase 2. Phase 1 went great. My enchanter finished phase 1 with more XP than I began. And it is showtime. Thank you for that. We're just going to kill through. Gonna slay and loot and slay, and this one's gonna harm touch me. But it's okay, because we're slaying them. You enjoyed a nice morning. That's good to hear. Cheers to that. I'm enjoying this fine EverQuest Norathian morning. We were in Guck for phase 1. I don't know why I'm even bringing it up. If anybody's just joining us, trust me when I tell you, it went great. Nothing was disastrous. No, all's well that ends well, and it ended totally terrific. I think everybody got all rezzed up. Guck happens, and you just gotta say guck it and move on with your day. We went on to phase 2 before any more guck happened. I blame the pit. I don't know if the pit actually played any real part in it today, but I blame the pit anyway because it is a weird little spot where if you don't play the pit just right, the frogs warp. I don't know where they go, but they come back from like across the zone. You know what I mean? Like they go somewhere far, far away, and then they got to take a whole journey. So it's like a little sketchy. Try to blame that. Anyway, good start over here. Is this back the way we came? That's back the way we came. Hey, Trap D87, good to see you. You're just in time. We're down here in Droga trying to get a little bit of faction really. I'm not in it for the XP. Luckily, because like none of this will give XP. You know what I mean? Yeah, yeah. Everybody grab scales and salts. Salts are good too. Don't turn down salts, alright? Take salts too. I'm gonna load up. I got 3 salts already on me, but you know what? They're going in the pile. We're gonna split them at the end. We're all gonna be main looter, and then we're all gonna share. Right? Deal? There's 3 of us right now, but there could be 50 of us. We could be doing AoE pulls, you know? It's red server, so we might be AoEing each other, but that's, you know, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. We'll space out. You know, we'll stand just far enough apart that we're only hitting the goblins. It's gonna be great. Nothing ever goes wrong in this zone, or any zone for that matter. Gabo chainmail sells well. Yeah, the shirt does. The rest of it, I mean, it's, yeah, okay, fair enough. I agree. He says Gabo chainmail sells well, and I'm like, you know, because I want to I want to say no, but he's right. He's right. It sells well. The rest of it all sells better than fine steel, and that's pretty good. But it's the shirt. The shirt's the good money. The rest of the stuff's like pretty good. We'll just keep on top of looting all of this. Shirt is priority. If you stay here long enough, you're gonna be you won't have room for anything but shirts and skins. Shirts versus skins. What stays in the bag, you know? The true competition. I vote skins. You gotta stack up those goblin skins. Especially, I feel like on every server they're pretty valuable, but on this server it's like almost crazy how much people charge for them. And for that matter, people are probably willing to pay it. Let's face it. They charge that much because it's, you know, the market decides. It's always block party. Hey, thank you for gifting that sub. I see that gift badge next to you. It looks good on you. It's a good look. You say Sunday Swamp Package Splash Fest. Shout out to Stephanie Everquest. Always shout out to Stephanie Everquest. We're just getting started over here. Oh, it's got harm touched. This thing just popped and harm touched me. What the helly? How did that thing do that? Why did it do that? But it's okay. We're doing real good. Going back over here. Watch out, Hog Pig. It's coming right behind you. Another harm toucher. Did I give everybody regen? It's free. Let me do it again. Which one HT'd? Stalagnites and I think Moss Troopers, right? Did the Moss Trooper harm touch? You did just get HT. So yes, Moss Trooper too. So that's 2 kinds of goblins that harm touch. That's what makes this zone, you know, nothing to sleep on. Right? Like, these things are easy enough that you're like, I could kill this whole zone at once. Maybe you can. You're gonna survive all the harm touches that come in on you while you're doing that. If you could survive all the harm touches and kill them all, hell yeah. Redo, you forget the other one's name? Well, we'll try to look out for it. The dude, it's good to see you. Hey, I got a question of the day today. We're talking about sick days. We're talking about, especially like back in the day, staying home sick from school. I put sick day in quotes. It doesn't matter if you were actually sick or not. What's important is you're home. Everybody else is gone, right? Like it's, you know, they're at school. They're doing it's, you know, they're stuck in whatever class, and you get to do whatever you want, right? For me, it was Jerry Springer, Price is Right, and movies. I loved to watch movies when I was homesick, and even today, that's like my comfort thing for a sick day. I don't necessarily even feel like playing EQ too much if I'm actually sick. You know, if I'm home, if I'm just home, oh yeah, oh yeah, I love some BQ. But if I'm actually not feeling good, that's like a little much. I just want to like get cozy, try to recover, and just zone out to. It used to be like the Star Wars trilogy or Indiana Jones or I. One of my first favorite movies was Batteries Not Included. You remember that one? That was a while ago. You say game shows? Nice. Yeah, the game show lineup in the day, it's like, dang, you guys like have so much fun while everybody's at work, you know? That's the dream. Be on a game show. I always thought I'd be really good at that Legends of the Hidden Temple, right? I was always like swinging around the monkey bars and the jungle gym and stuff, you know, like just practicing you know, I guess like parkour stuff or whatever, like to just trying to train for doing, you know, some sort of obstacle course on a game show that I never was on. Like I thought, like I didn't think I'd be on Global Guts or anything. You know what I mean? Like that was for like serious athletes. I was looking more for like a casual crawl, like that Nick Arcade. You know, that was my real dream. I didn't have Nickelodeon, but my grandma did, and I watched Nick Arcade, and across the street, neighbor growing up, I'd watch Nick Arcade over there, and that was the dream. Yeah, anybody remember that one? It's Black Party, yeah. Batteries Not Included with the little flying robot aliens. They were awesome, and they'd cut up they'd cut up cans and like harvest the aluminum. You know what I mean, and use it to like replicate. You know, and looking at it now, saying it out loud, that sounds a little scary. These things can just replicate, just like eat, consume our goods because they weren't even just scavenging trash. We know they were coming in through the windows, stealing stuff and leaving. You know, we know they were doing this, but they were cute. I liked those little guys. Here I am trying to spirit a wolf myself. I thought about it. We all grew up wanting a chunk of that aggro crag. So I used to look that up on eBay. In the early days of eBay, I was always browsing because I thought like that was like the one, like the relic. You know what I mean? Like if one of those showed up, I would be a fool not to try to buy it. You know what I mean? I wanted that. But nowadays, if you look it up, there's like replicas. Like, how would you even know if you had the real aggro crag? They're like a dime a dozen, a million aggro crags out there. I liked Legends of the Hidden Temple, like I said, because that was like it was more my style. It wasn't like best of the best athletes from around the world who were like had been training their whole lives for this moment, like Global Guts. You know what I mean? Like even regular guts. Like sometimes I'd be sizing these dudes up and be like, I could take this guy. You know what I mean? Like I could out bungee pull this you know, this chump over here. But Global Guts, no. I had to bow down. Like these guys were serious competitors, literally from around the world. It was global. The show was impressive. But yeah, Legends of the Hidden Temple. That one was like I always thought like obviously all of us thought this isn't like an original thought here. We've all seen it and thought it that when they're trying to put together that Shrine of the Silver Monkey, that we could do it better. You know what I mean? Like I know we all had that thought, but it must be the pressure, right? Like there's a lot of pressure going on. You're there in the little area, right? You got a different view, you got a different perspective. We're watching it from the camera view, and it's so obvious to us. The head goes on last. Oh, come on. You know what I mean? Like it was ridiculous watching them struggle with that. They don't have nearly enough time to finish the thing. The ones who win always had perfect luck. I know that's the thing. Like I like to think that I would outsmart the temple guards, but that's not how it works. They pop up on you, you're done. You hand them the medallion, or you're cooked, right? They're grabbing you, dragging you behind that prop, and then question mark, question mark, question mark. The episode ends and you're never seen again. You know what I mean? Like I was always thinking, like I would, you know what I mean? I'm not falling for that trap, especially the forest, like with the trees with the arms. Like whose arms you think those are? No, you don't even go in that forest. If I see those trees, I'm out the other way. That's not the spot. It's not the way. Not a skill thing. It's just random. Purple parrots have the lowest win ratio, says Growly, but that's an interesting factoid. Um, if I had cable, I would have been watching whatever Nickelodeon offering was on during the day, probably. You know what I mean? It was you had to pick and choose, right? I didn't have the picture in a picture. That was like the new technology emerging at some point during my youth or whatever. Never had that growing up, but I'd like to think I probably would have had some sort of picture in picture thing going on to watch a game show, and you know, I don't know. I don't know what was going on daytime uh, on cable. Probably something cool. There's like way more channels. But, yeah, we're just getting started here. This is phase 2, where we're paging Dr. Oga. We're in the zone with a real degree. If someone went to the one we want to avoid is, let me see what his name is. I forget. There is one goblin here that's like cool. He's a cool guy. Wants to dig in that giant nose for an orange flag in Double Dare. Silent F. Double Dare was awesome looking. That was another one of those ones where it was like kind of frustrating to watch them struggle through some of those physical challenges or whatever, and especially that end of game obstacle course. And it was such a high stakes thing. Like Traitor, that's the one. Yeah, don't pull that. This is a different faction. Oh, you pulled it. Okay. Okay, everything's fine. Lifetime supply of ring pops around the yeah, kind of. Well, that was the thing. It's either are you getting like that level of stuff, or are you breaking through to the next tier of goods? That's why I like Nick Arcade, because you were winning like video games. You know, that was very appealing to me as a video game enjoyer. The weird like virtual reality segment of it looked really fun, right? Where you were like in the game. I'm sure behind the scenes it would have really let me down. Like, what? This isn't in the game at all. This is just a big green screen or whatever. You know what I mean? But I was impressed. I was super duper impressed. I thought it was the coolest technology I ever seen. I saw something like it in real life at the ESPN zone. Right, that was the first time I saw like a virtual reality type scenario in real life. I didn't partake, but I saw it. It existed. Um, Anybody remember ESPN Zone? I found that ESPN Zone what's it called? Jersey. That's pretty cool, I think. But yeah, if we kill enough goblins, that goblin trader back there will love us. Giving your pet a root dagger. How about that? Does your pet have a torch? I might have a torch for your pet. I don't. But never mind. No torch for pet. Maybe we find one in our crawl. You grew up 45 minutes east of Universal Studios in Orlando, Silent F says. You got to visit a few times, went on tour, saw a live taping of the Figure It Out show. That's so cool. Figure It Out was one of my favorites when I was watching on the Nick Games and Sports channel. Remember that one? Gas. So I had a friend. This must have been like 20 years ago. Maybe just about that. You know what I mean? Like we were young adults, let's say. And Nick Games and Sports was on. I was playing reruns of all those shows. We'd watch it religiously and Figure It Out was hilarious. Danny Tamborelli always had jokes. You know what I mean? It was good stuff. Really funny. And Beth Denberg, yes, exactly. She was from all that fame. All that was pretty cool. I liked what was that channel? Well, I mean it was Nickelodeon, but what did they call that? Snick? Was that what it was called? What was like the teens version of Nickelodeon that was like was it Friday night or something? It was like on the weekend and it was like all that. It was like first it was like Roundhouse. I feel like Roundhouse was one of the original lineup of whatever this block was called. Was it Snick? Does anybody remember this? Was it Friday night? So I didn't have cable, as I keep stressing, but we had a family friend who sometimes my parents would go over there and we'd all go over and we'd watch this block, you know, with their kids. It was fun. I liked those shows. I liked all that. I liked Are You Afraid of the Dark? Yeah. Are You Afraid of the Dark was one of my favorites because I was the oldest one of the pack. So like um you know what I mean? I had to be um you know not scared of Are You Afraid of the Dark. It's just a TV show. But it was cool. I really liked that one. I like how it was just you know, looking back, it was just like Outer Limits for kids or whatever, like Twilight Zone for kids. Cool. I liked how they like threw flour in the fire or whatever. You know what I mean? Made the fire flare up. That was cool. You know, what would Smokey the Bear think of that one? Probably wouldn't like it. Are You Afraid of the Dark was much less campy than Goosebumps, right? I remember the Goosebumps show. I was big into Goosebumps books. Um, in the I guess it was what you consider the early '90s, huh? Probably like '93 ish, if I had to guess. Straight up into the mid '90s. I even joined like the Goosebumps fan club or some shit like that. And looking back at it, these newsletters I received were probably like hand packed by R.L. Stein, right? He was really like putting in the work. Um, anyway, I would get like a newsletter that would have like upcoming like Goosebumps releases or whatever hyped up. It was cool. I wish I could find one of these. They like it was like a single page folded or whatever, but it was you know, had like the Goosebumps drippy font at the top. You know what I mean? I loved it. Loved everything about it. I put them up on my walls, those little newsletters. I had all the books, you know, the soft cover with the you could feel the bumps, you know, feel the goosebumps in the letters. I loved that. I was reading them, you know. It probably got me reading. Let's be honest. Like first, probably first book that I was reading, like not because school told me to. But besides nonfiction, I still do. But even back then, I loved reading nonfiction and trying to learn stuff. But like a fiction book, that was like book report status. You know what I mean? You should do that on a Tuesday stream or something. The game Earthbound. I did play Earthbound once upon a time. I really liked it. The most 90s JRPG there could be. I really liked it. I played it back in the probably about 20 years ago on my friend's SNES. You always wanted to read Goosebumps but wasn't allowed. Oh, come on. It's sad. They were a little spooky, but they were, you know, there was no like demonic messaging or anything like that. It was all pretty, you know, what I would consider wholesome children's horror. It was fun. The the spooky ventriloquist dummy, you know, the mirror that made you invisible. The my favorite one uh that I would reread even as like a younger not a younger adult, but an older child, I guess. You know what I mean? I was still reading this one as a teen even maybe. The one where they went to the amusement park. Welcome to Horrorland. It was I was gonna say it's one of the later ones, but it's really not. It's probably like number like 16 or something like that. Which in the scheme of things is one of the earlier ones, but it was not one of the like first ones. It was a good one. I thought that one was really good. They were not all the best, you know. Haunted Mask one was I thought pretty spooky because I was all his stuff like painted a picture. You know what I mean? He's very like descriptive. Like you can a lot of times really see, hear, feel what he's talking about. And the haunted mask one, it like felt like my own neighborhood and stuff, where I was able to picture it happening in my own neighborhood, I guess. And it was a little creepy. Just the thought of like a mask store appearing that you never noticed before, like that creeped me out. Like, what if that really happened? You know. Anyway, I remember that one came with a little like cutout mask, and I definitely cut out the mask. You know, even though it was like this big. You know, like what's the point of a cutout mask if it's like not large enough to, you know, use as a mask? You're probably supposed to not cut it out. You know, so that way years later you have this like, you know, closer to mint condition complete first edition Goosebumps book with the mask, right? That'd be cool. I don't know if anybody got that with the mask. Everybody cut that little mask out. The question of the day is something about what shows would you watch if you stayed home sick? Yeah, yeah, something like that. What would you do? What was your routine? I liked watching movies personally. I'd get all cozied up on the couch, watch movies all day, just rot my brain, you know? Sleep it off, snooze it off, zone out, um, or be changed forever in the case of Star Wars. You know, Star Wars Homesick from School changed my life. I was like, this is the greatest thing ever. You know, I was so hooked. Days of Our Lives, In the Heat of the Night, or The Price is Right. Yeah, so Price is Right was on my list for sure, but I never got into the soap operas, right? Those were soap operas. I couldn't follow I think that's the point, though, right? There's always something ridiculous going on, and if you miss one episode, it's like, no, that's his evil twin. Your mom was obsessed with hydrate through sickness. Um, but her idea of hydration in the 90s was cheap ass Kroger soda. That's funny. Um, so you would be like feeling a little bloated, little, was it ginger ale? Because I feel like ginger ale is like a healing tonic, right? That's like an elixir of old time cure. There was just nothing else on. Yeah, I know, right? Like that was the thing. There was not too many choices, especially if you didn't have like the cable package or whatever. I didn't have the cable package, so yeah. Price is Right was big time. But then once there was starting to get into the soap operas and other things I considered boring, it was time to go with the movies. Pop the VCR in, or pop the tape in the VCR. I mean, you'd hope you rewound it last time, but probably not. So rewind the tape and watch it again. My batteries not included tape was recorded from the TV, and it had commercials, which some of these would probably be like lost media. I got to see if this tape is still around, because it's like Fruit Loops added a new color. They added like orange or something like that. It was some like basic ass color that it's like, of course Fruit Loops has this color. But not always. They added this thing once upon a time in like probably like 1990 or something. You know what I mean? It was a long time ago. Be Kind Rewind. Hey, Swish 2, you ever see that movie? Be Kind Rewind was a cool movie. I like that one a lot. It was Mos Def and Jack Black. And I was that one Gondry? I feel like that might have been Gondry because it had a lot of like wackiness, like in a real Gondry esque style. Let me look this up. Speaking of movies, this one I think I probably would have been out of school by the time it came out. It was Gondry and Tony's Block Party. Hell yeah! See, I know a little bit of Gondry style wackiness when I see it. One of my favorites. Silent F. You remember your mom was a complete stud one day, let you stay home. Even took you to rent a video game. Out of all the games, she grabbed the complete 7 Up mascot platform. Cool Spot. Was it cool? Or were you regretting your decision? You said it was complete garbage. Oh no. Small Soldiers, says the dude. Oh, I remember I had um the computer game for Small Soldiers, but I couldn't get it to work. I think my aunt and uncle gave it to one of us for Christmas one year. I never got it to work, and it was a tie-in for a movie that I never saw. I should check that out. Sponge Genesis says Price is Right. Whatever watered down movie was on Comedy Central, probably Airheads, Joe Dirt, Dogma, something like that. Dogma was a good one, huh? Joe Dirt. You know I love Joe Dirt. Here we go. I sat. The secret to pulling many goblins. You just sit. Easy. I used to rent Quest 64. That was like the one game I was always trying to rent because I never beat it. And I love to grind. You know what I mean? I know like Quest 64 is like pretty wildly panned or widely panned, you know what I mean? But I thought it was fun. I also never beat it. So, you know, it was probably like one of the worst style of game to rent, right? Like a grindy RPG. Not not good to rent. You should rent something you can beat so you never have to rent it again. How about that? That would have been smart. I didn't do that. I rented it over and over again and still never beat it. Um Sunday says Quest 64 one of the best ever. So hard but fun concept. It was cool. Yeah. You liked it too. It was fun. See, Maybe it's there's a lot of overlap between EverQuest enjoyers and Quest 64 enjoyers. Maybe it has Quest in the name. You know, it gets our ears perked up a little bit. Ooh, what you got over there? You got quests? You got any quests over there for me? Um, Maybe that's it. I liked it. A lot of us seem to like it. Okay, fuck what the critics think. You know, good game, fun game. Also, never beat it. EQ N64. Yeah, I mean, it had some grind to it for sure. You had to really min max to beat it. Yeah, it could have been the thing. Forgot about that game. You need to add it to your little round box thing. Hey, happy to help. Happy to help remind you of that stuff. What's going on in here? Where are we? Did we take a wrong turn? I'm gonna follow Hogpig. Show me the way. Because we're running out of goblins. No, no, I'm just kidding. There's like literally a million goblins. There's goblins everywhere. Just not anywhere we're near. Um, Grace claim to fame is getting good at beating Star Fox 64 Walmart before moms could finish shopping. Neck be yeah, I get what you're saying. Neck be damned because you had to like crane your neck to stare up at that screen that was unforgiving, and you couldn't stand back because the controller was mounted to the display. Yeah, that I feel like there was always a line to play any of the demo stuff back in the day. I could think of a few times I played some demos, but it was usually kids hogging that shit or adults. You know what I mean? Let's face it. Anything goes at the Walmart electronics desk area. Um, I liked at the mall there was some game stores. What was that one? EB Games, Electronic Boutique, maybe. I think it was EB Games. Had like standalone game displays like that. I feel like it was GameCube era. Awesome. Miss that stuff. Of course, those stores are long gone. That whole mall that I'm thinking of is like on its way out. It's sad. Ishiwatari EQ got an answer for the question today. He says, when homesick, your routine was laying in bed with eyes open, listening to your mom aggressively vacuum, which she always did when you're homesick. Uh, it's just a coincidence. That's what she does when you're at school, too. You just don't know. Or read books and watch movies. Yeah. Sleep it off, you know? Sears used to have Sonic the Hedgehog. Your mom loves Sears. There you go. Get some good Sonic runs in. Let's see. So there were some people in the zone before us. They could have been doing the Inner Sanctum. They could have been killing what's his name? You know the guy. You got to spawn him from the angry. I don't see an angry up on track, but you know they could have just been in the Inner Sanctum. Who knows? They're gone now. Didn't want the smoke, I guess. True. As a kid, you always thought she was doing some form of punishment and actively trying to prevent you from sleeping. I mean, maybe she was. I don't know your mom like that. Maybe she was, but I like to present alternate scenarios. You know, maybe it was an everyday thing, but maybe it just so happened to be, you know, she was just keeping an eye on you, aggressively vacuuming, not regular vacuuming. I know how it goes. You got to get in there, get all the dirt up. Did anyone do the thermometer on the lamp or something and successfully fake being sick? I remember seeing that one on like TV or a movie. What movie was that? Where the kid does that, heats the thermometer up on the lamp. I think I tried it and I got called out. I probably heated it way too high up. With a steamy ore vein. Whoa, steaming. Was it E.T.? Did Elliot fake being sick with a thermometer? Was that the one? I could picture it. I could picture it happening. It was E.T., yeah. Um, I must have did it wrong because I was immediately called on it. Ferris Bueller does it too. No chance your mom took the temperature or just put a hand on your head and said, "Nope, you're good." Maybe Pete and Pete too. It was a what do you call that? A trope, I guess, right? Comes up again and again. Anyway, we're just getting started over here. I hope everybody's having a terrific Sunday so far. It's 9:49 a.m. on a Sunday, November 16th, 2025. Scorpio season still. Don't forget it. We got like a week left Scorpio season for this year. Pete and Pete was a good one. Again, shout out to Danny Tamborelli, right? That's where he got his start, as far as I know. Right? He was one of the Pete's. I remember it was the Nick Games and Sports era. We were watching this stuff, and we decided to look up, see what Danny Tamborelli was up to now, and he was like playing bass in a jam band. I hope he's doing good. You know, this was a while ago. Pretty pretty cool. And I remember looking up, and then it was like the beauty of IMDb, right? You could just like look up anything. You could go on whole rabbit holes and stuff like that. And I remember looking up. I wanted to see who was the kid in uh, Indiana Jones, right? Short Round. His name's Ki Hoi Kwan, right? And he was in The Goonies, right? Which I knew. I love The Goonies. And I'm pretty sure I already knew that going into IMDb. But anyway, I was like, I love this guy. What's he up to? And he hadn't worked in a while. It said he was going to acting school. And I was like, I hope he makes a return to acting, you know, after going to acting school. And he did. And he's won all sorts of awards and stuff. Isn't that great? You know, I thought that was really cool. All right, I invited Cindy. Did I ever watch Star Trek Voyager? I gotta think, which one was Voyager? I remember Deep Space Nine. I remember Next Generation. Which one was Voyager? I gotta see who the captain was. I must have. My dad was always watching Star Trek when it was when he was home and it was on. That would be what was on. Um Voyager was the lady captain. I thought that was Deep Space Nine. Annoying voice captain lady. What? Captain Janeway. She didn't have an annoying voice. She was in Orange is the New Black too. Remember that? Deep Space Nine was Cisco. Oh, okay, okay. I'm mixing them up. So I do remember Voyager. Voyager is the one I was thinking was Deep Space Nine. All right, thank you. Ishiwatari says 7 of 9 and makes a face. I remember all these shows. Sure. I remember Star Trek. There's a lot of lore with Star Trek, right? I was always just I'd catch an episode here. I catch a little bit there. For the most part, didn't know much about what was going on other than they were in space, right? They had like a big ass ship, and they're out doing adventures, like kind of out and about. You're mad in love with that Borg lady, says Ishiwatari. Are you talking about the one in the Next Generation movie? Was she in episodes too? I got the Next Generation movie right here. It was a good movie. That was a weird one when they. Spoiler alert! This movie that came out 27 years ago. Spoiler alert. The I liked the part where what's the name of the like robot guy? Data. They like implant like skin on Data. Remember this? It was weird. Weird shit. Anyway, we're just getting started over here. Where is everybody? It was a good movie. I liked it. I liked the like drunk rocket man. He was cool. It was the guy from Babe, right? It was the farmer that says that'll do, pig. Remember, he was like on a roll. He was having a good year, whatever year that was. Silent F tying all the tangents together with this comment. This is an interesting factoid. Silent F says there's a dude on Voyager named Garrett Wang. He plays an Asian character named Harry Kim. He talked about going to the audition right after short round. He was upset. He was like, Kihoi Kwan gets all the Asian parts, but then this guy ends up getting it anyway. I like that. That ties it all together. Between Star Trek, Kihoi Kwan. We're a bunch of nerds up in here, says Ishiwatari. Hey, we're just getting started, Ishiwatari. EverQuest enjoyers unite. Turns out we enjoy lots of things. Um, I wouldn't mind getting into a little Star Trek. I find myself, very often with nothing to watch. Like I'll go load up Twitch, of course. But when I'm looking for a TV show, I don't know what to watch anymore. I'm frequently out of shows. So like Star Trek, that's like a whole can of worms that'll keep me busy for years. So I always got that in my back pocket. Like there's Star Trek out there. I might mess with that. Did I call it Star Wars? You know what I mean. The other one. The other one. That'll do, pig. Deep Space Nine is your favorite show of all time. And Next Generation, you throw on any random one and have a great time. So that was like basically how it was going for me. Any episode was just some random episode with I had no context, what was going on before, what's happening after. I'm just seeing this one episode, and they were good. I enjoyed them. I liked the characters. Yeah, we're all ninja looting the skins and the salts, but we're gonna divvy it up fairly at the end. I should load AoE nuke. That was my original plan, right? We're coming here, we're doing AoEs. For better or for worse. I should have probably participated in some way. Even if my AoE wasn't ready, I should have just like whacked one. Right, we kill all these ones. Commander Riker's your all-time favorite. He was the guy with the goatee, right? He always reminded me of um Al from Home Improvement. Even though I know they're not the same guy. For some reason, I would see one guy and be like, "Is that the same guy?" No, it's not the same guy. They just got both got goatees. Deep Space Nine is the very first show to follow a large multi-seasonal story arc because networks didn't think people had attention spans up until then. Really? I mean, they might be right. We might not have attention spans, but that's cool. Some people do. Maybe the first live action. I feel like there'd be like some animes that predate that. Right? Like, Dragon Ball Z had like a multi-seasonal story arc, right? Or no? Does that not count? These days of TikToks and YouTube shorts, they sure don't. Well, it's the TikTokification of EverQuest happening right before your very eyes. Take your fingers and do this, get the cinematograph view. You know, this is how it's meant to be viewed. I'm making it for the vertical feed. Riker's the best. Let's see here. What do we get? Ooh, goblin crap. Give everybody a little regen. Regen as a treat. I'll even regen myself. Jonathan Frakes teaches classes on film direction in Maine. Is that the guy who played Riker? I don't know enough about any of the topic at hand. I'm trying to participate though. Nice. Blow this goblin up. Also the presenter of fact or fiction. Oh right, right, okay. I can picture that. Best clip farm show ever. Where you have to guess whether it's fact or fiction. Do you remember America's Funniest Home Videos? Of course, right. But do you remember when Bob Saget's co-star from Full House did his own clip show, hosted his own clip show? What was it called? It was like something very similar, like funny America's Funny People or something like that. And it was I compared the legend to Al Borland. Yeah, like I said, they both had goatees, so I was like, this might be the same guy. Has anybody seen them in the same room at the same time? Right? Like, I never did, so I have to second guess every time. Um, I think Bob Vila had like a goatee going on too. Remember that guy? Could have been the same guy. Maybe from This Old House. I used to like that one. I would I would watch that and be like, hell yeah, I could do all that stuff. Whoa, I just zoned. Don't go that way. Whoops. It's too late. I did. iPad. We all did it. Dave Coulier, yes, thank you. Of Alanis Morissette fame. Yeah, that's the guy. Can you believe that? I couldn't believe it, but I guess it's true. America's Funniest People with the jackalope. Thank you, Silent F. Okay, admit it. Did you have to look that up, or did you know that off the top of your head? I'm not going to take away your points. You still get full credit for coming up with that. But did you really know that? That's the show I'm talking about, and he would have a musical guest. I thought that was awesome. I seen any com any Kamosi or something. There was like all sorts of guests. 90s. This was a long time ago, you guys. This was anyway. I wonder how Bob Saget thought about competing with Dave Coulier on that. You always liked it better than Saget's because of the skits in between. Right, it was like extra silly. You'd have the jackalope, like you mentioned. You had the musical guests, and it was just like you could tell they were trying to compete with America's Funniest Home Videos. America's Funniest Home Videos was established at that point, so it was like I don't know, kind of silly. Looking back on it, I was like, what was going on there? And nuke everybody. Take that. Now they're all on me. Excellent. Get Earthshaker go real nuts. Hell yeah. Put the Earthshaker on the Necro Pet. America's Funniest Home Videos had a theme song. Yeah, they had a. You're right. That was a very catchy theme song. I think it probably went a long way to, cementing. That's an excellent point. And music. Splendid Genesis brought this up when I was reminiscing about how good Home Alone is. He pointed out, I think it was Splendid Genesis, right? Somebody pointed out that the music in Home Alone really adds so much, right? Like that's what sets it over the top and like sets it apart. That's true, and maybe that's what set America's Funniest Home Videos apart, right? If America's Funniest People had a real snappy theme song, that might have helped, you know, help it overtake his co-star's show. Do you think there was any bad blood over that, or do you think maybe Bob Saget like gave him some shit for it after the fact, like after Mary's Funniest Home Videos was still successful and Mary's Funniest People got canceled? Do you think he was like, it was like, oh, you got to go film that show, right? Oh no, you probably don't. Huh? Some shit. Barotron says John William carries Steven Spielberg's broke ass. Wow. Um, wasn't that nuts? Was that really Spielberg? Home Alone? I thought that was the other guy, like Holmes or something. Let's see. Let's look this up. Maybe because it's Home Alone, I'm like Holmes. My brain would do some dumbass shit like that. Let's look this up. John Hughes, directed by Chris Columbus. Soundtrack to all Spielberg movies are just so good. Yeah, he had some. Like if you're making a big movie, you got to have a big sound. Especially back in the day. All right. Anyways, what are we doing here? I need to do a strength buff on myself. I guess I could cast a strength buff on other people too. Like I don't want to, but I'll do it. You have a chance to see a screen of Home Alone with Mac with a Q&A afterwards. What does that mean? Mac who? Macaulay Culkin? Holy shit! I'm like, who's Mac? That's that must have been a while ago, or it's coming up. You say you have a chance. You should do it. That's awesome. Oh, that's really cool. Macaulay Culkin's a cool dude. I like his style. You know. Only $50. That sounds worth it. You know what I mean? That's like the kind of thing that you know, take those memories with you forever. As a kid in the 90s, you know, Macaulay Culkin was like role model's not the right word, but you know what I'm trying to say, like a inspirational figure. I remember reading a Disney Adventure magazine interview with him. I definitely brought this up on stream once. This must have happened once. I don't know what tangent I was on that day. Probably Home Alone again because I do love that movie. But I remember reading an interview in a magazine, Disney Adventure magazine. It was the little one. Something about he had to ask his parents for money to buy ice cream, and I remember thinking that was whack. Right? This was like before, you know, all the stuff came out about like the kind of the fight over his fortune going on, you could say. But I remember the hints were showing. You know, he was admitting it fully in interviews, basically. I remember that, and I remember thinking like, dang, maybe it's not always great. Like you see everything looks great on TV or whatever. It's like, but if you gotta ask your parents for ice cream, like that's messed up. Like he, aren't you rich? Um, Seems very annoyed with them. They made me money. Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't enjoy that time, I guess maybe he's not gonna have a good time at a screening of it. But who knows? It's still worth it. Your grandpa lent a truck to the production of My Girl. Said he was a bratty little shit when he met him. Wow, come on, weren't we all? Weren't we all? It was the Dennis the Menace era. We were all like little shits. It was the style at the time. I never saw My Girl, but it's the ending's been spoiled for me enough times, so I know what happens. Okay. So I don't even need to see it. What about The Good Son? You guys like that one? I like that one. But anyway, were there any Macaulay Culkin movies that were in your homesick from school lineup? What would you watch if you were homesick? I feel like I might as well just ask it that way because that's what I'm getting at. What would you watch? I guess eating soup and drinking juice and all that hydration stuff. Like, yeah, I guess that's that's part of it. Maybe that's the right answer for what's your routine. Yeah, of course, recovering from sickness. But besides that, what'd you do for fun? Yeah, that Joe Jackson. Yeah, that Joe Jackson dad experience. You give him a break. I mean, yeah, it's he was the breadwinner. Yeah, some animated movie you liked. Page Master says Silent F. That was a cool one. I only saw it once, but it was awesome. Keep checking tracks. What pops up? We're just getting started here. I'm glad we're here. We're doing this. I keep missing out on XP because I'm lagging behind. Here's what. And I just do a little whack. It's a thought that counts. All directions lead to happy in this song. It's true. It's true. As long as we're killing goblins, we're good. Meeting our goal, meeting our target, accomplishing our dreams, really. Ugh, I'm like the only healer, huh? Healer, huh? Quota's being met. Exactly. We got a lot of stuff to slay today. Probably goblins are gonna have to pay for their crimes. Such a ninja with the looting. Let's see what I got. Let's start celebrating. Let's count our eggs before they're hatched. Look at this 15 green goblin skins already. And that's just in my bag. Who knows how many of these other guys got? They probably got 15 each. Right? No, I'm kidding. I'm like ninja looting, so I probably got most, but I don't have all. We want hundreds, thousands even, thousands of stacks of skins. That's what we need. That's what it'll take. Does lightning strike work indoors? I don't think I'm about to find out. I can only cast this outdoors. Yeah. Now we know. Fun bags. Nah, come on down. Come on down. Fat Axe in the zone too. Oof. Yeah, we're in Droga. Dr. Oga. You want to be proper about it. The doctor is in. So if you heal, you don't get a faction hit? That's interesting. Loot 'em up. I should haste myself. Maximize my DPS over here. Oh, wow. Now we're really slapping them. Alright, we're gonna get fun bags. Fun bags. Just hang tight. Get towards Surefall. You know? Tread carefully. Of course, you're not welcome inside. Unless in Viz, but you know. Alright, what'd I miss? What'd I miss? Couple little goblins. I'm not scared of no little goblins though. Let's get a chloroplast going. I'm sure Shem could use one. Hogpig will be right back. He's grabbing fun bags. Hey, what's your favorite emote? Can everybody who's here alert and listening right now, just hit your favorite emote in the chat. I wanna taking a survey. Any emote. Any emote. I'm gonna do mine. Cyber angle. You like that one? I think I gotta go with this one. Straight up. The jumbling frock. Alright, where is it? Ishiwatari, you like that one too? Yes. I should have just did this as the question of the day. So this is an easy one, you know? Let's see here. Yeah. We got me running around with 20 mana. Just jumping, running, jumping. None of that is sitting or medding or chilling or recovering, right? I just cross my arms and sit back, right? Do myself a favor. Take my hands off the mouse and keyboard. It's a good thing you guys are here to chill with me, or this would be the boringest part of the day, right? I enjoy EverQuest thoroughly. Thorough EverQuest enjoyer for years. But let me tell you, the downtime, not as fun as the uptime. Maybe that's just me. It's just my opinion that sitting and medding is the most boring part. But you know, it could give you some time to get stuff done around the house, right? For a druid especially, you really need the mana. You're not doing anything with no mana, right? And you got a long way to go. So you know, go park somewhere safe. It is the PvP server after all. Park somewhere safe. It helps if you're making a silent move. Where you're not you're telling everybody where and when you're medding, right? But you go med somewhere and then go like you do the dishes while you got a med break going on. You know, it takes a while. It takes a while. And without you guys to chat with, I would be like bored right now. But you guys are here, so I'm feeling good. That's why I'm asking. What do you do on your day off? What's your favorite emote? Um, I sometimes seem to struggle a little with medding and actually getting mana back. I know. Occasionally, I slightly struggle with that. Shemeroid wants a regen. I can do that. That happened for you. I said I would. Make good. A hog pig back in the zone. Hog pig back in the group. I'll have to go get fun bags when he arrives. Shall we? We shall. Got a new chair. It's pretty comfy. New to me anyway. It was at the you know, like a secondhand store, if you will. So it was an excellent bargain. I love a bargain. What can I say? I think it originally came from Staples. You know the place. They're like, yeah, we got that. Um, was that because people would always ask them, "Do you have Staples?" So that's what I always thought when I heard that. Yeah, we got that tagline. It's like they must be just sick of answering it. Like, yes, we have Staples. We're named Staples. Of course, we have Staples. Yeah, we got that. You know, maybe that's not what they were going for, but that's how I took it. Remember that place? I think they're still around. Um, somehow, somehow. Even though, you know what it is? It's probably they were probably like on the verge. I would assume, right? Going out the way of all the other, you know, stores of that nature. They're probably like almost out, and then COVID, and people needed to work from home. Now you need like home office stuff. You got to upgrade your home office. You need all this little stuff. That probably brought them right back. This is just my guess. I'm just making this up, dude. Source, trust me. Source, dude, trust me. It's what I meant to say. But dude, source, trust me. I made it up. They still have a print center. The Sunday. Really? Yeah, I mean, people got to print stuff, and they have great online sales and USPS centers inside. So you're saying Staples is here to stay. I got to respect the Staples. Yeah, we got that. We got stability. We got a future. Staples. That's what they're saying, I guess. I didn't know this. Here I am saying like I assume they're limping along because everything in my neighborhood's limping along and everything, must be the same everywhere, right? No, I figured they were on their way out. I didn't know. I mean all those other places closed, right? You remember those like Circuit City or whatever? Like Best Buy. Is Best Buy still around? I feel like Best Buy's gone. They're all gone. Staples somehow, yeah, it must be the combination of things you mentioned. I'm responding to group chat, so if you guys aren't reading along, Cindy says all these excellent points of why Staples actually is not going anywhere. Shows what I know. Best Buy limping along. Okay, okay. Last time I went to a Best Buy as a customer, I was not able to find what I was looking for, or if I did, it was at a price that was absolutely ridiculous. And I left empty handed, and how it goes. Fartotron's trying to set Cindy up. That's not true. The group chat is very PC. Almost at the end. Accidentally didn't pick up a skin there, I think. Well, shit, I better show corpse then. Yeah, I knew there was. I saw it like real quick. I knew there was a skin. Can't slip any goblin skin by me. Whoa, whoa! This guy's chasing me, backstabbing me, even biting my back. He's how he got the name. And going on Sunday again. I gotta hit the stone chanter before it dies, but I might not. Oh, it healed. It heard me, and it's like I can help you. Let me try to blast these things. Oh yeah. You've never told a fib to humor yourself, Farbatron? I believe it. I believe everything I hear. I believe that. Oh boy. Oh boy. Was fabulous loot. I'm not gonna leave you hanging, Sendy. I got you. A little heal. Everybody gets one. Oh, so didn't switch targets quick enough. The other one got deleted. I like this spot we're coming up to, right? The ledge, kinda. I think. I think we're near the ledge. Oh yeah. Skins are coming easy now. Oh, we're in the pit. I thought we were heading to the ledge. That was a little load off. We got some strength buff going around, I guess. Oh, I already have a strength buff, so let me, I guess, cast it on Sendy. Let me cast it on Hogpig. Everybody gets a little strength buff. Even Goblin Flame Drawers are not. Found the drop rate for skins in the Goblin Caves in Lakeville Omen is similar to Draga. Really? That's interesting. The Lakeville Omen ones are much lower level. That's a nice farm then. Alright, fun bags. I dare you to not come find us. I say that because like there's you have no choice. You're gonna find us. Just take a couple steps in. Go try to fight that goblin. You know, you'll find us. We're in the pit. It's like a fake floor. They don't give Chardock faction on kill. Okay, so there is a little trade-off there. But if you're farming for an alt anyway, there you go. Found us. You made it. Welcome aboard. We're killing stuff for faction. All right. Back to it. Back at it. Oh. Whoop. I gotta make a show corpse button because I keep having to do it. Call it SCL. Show corpse looted. How about that? Hide corpse looted. Or no, hide corpse none. Show corpse looted. There we go. Ooh. Me and Sandy are killing stuff. Where's everybody else? We're cooking over here. Who do we got? What do we got? Check the track. Anything cool? We've been in here a while. Look at all this stuff above us. Uh, how many stacks of skins do you need to go from max scowls to ally and Chardock? That's a great question, and I should have an answer for that because I've had to do it, right? Done it a couple times. I don't know exactly. It's a lot though. It's like dozens of stacks, right? Like many full bags. Stacks on stacks on stacks. To go to ally, right? If you're just trying to get in there, right, to dubious or whatever, it's still a lot. It's still a real lot. Oh no says 31. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. That's like dozens, you know? Dozens of stacks, multiple bags. You just gotta, you know, if you think you got enough, just keep farming. You need more. That's really what it comes down to. And you do get a little faction here and there when you're doing the grind, right? You see all these Brood of Dizak got better messages. That happens. Hey, oh no, it's good to see you. Hey, I got a question of the day for you and anybody else who has not answered. We're talking about what was your favorite thing to watch if you were homesick, right? This is really what I'm getting at. I said, what's your routine? But like, what were you watching? Price is Right. I always like that one. It's great to see you. We're just getting started over here. This is phase 2 of the stream. Phase 1 went great. It was terrific, you know? It was a real lesson in stick-to-itiveness and questioning what would Fippy do, right? I had to ask myself that question. I had to really look within. What would Fippy do? He would just he'd get back up and keep going. It was rough. You weren't allowed to watch TV if you stayed home sick. Ooh, that's rough. That was like all I would do when I was homesick. I'd watch movies and TV. I loved it. So it probably inspired you to just go to school, right? That's probably the point. I'm probably gonna have a pet on me. Yeah, I got a pet on me. That was my bad. I did an AOE on the pet. On everybody, really. But, you know, they'll be fine. They get over it. If you did, it would have been Prices Right. Bob Barker was a national treasure, really. Elite Beef Bob. Hey, what's good? What's going on? You got a comment for? Oh no, you think that was you were living in a punishment? What kind of torture house did you live in? Um, I feel like it might be considered cruel and unusual, perhaps. No TV, but um, it was I like to try to play devil's avocado, if you will. See the other side, perhaps, or make up a whole potential possibility. What if it was just to discourage staying home? Staying home and watching TV is fun. Staying home and not being allowed to watch TV, that doesn't sound so fun. So you must really be sick in that case. Whereas the rest of us, maybe see, if I was actually sick, I was not playing video games. I feel like that's how you knew if I was faking it or not. You know what I mean? If I'm like on EQ, like I don't feel so good. No, more like I had a pop coming up. I was feeling hot on that name drop or something. You know what I mean? The XP was flying. I didn't want to leave that. Some shit like that. If I was actually sick, I'd be on the couch laid up, bundled up in the comforter, just trying to, just trying to watch a little Price is Right, You had two TVs, one in the fun room, one in your parents' room. You couldn't go into the fun room being sick. There you go. Simple as that. You keep all the fun in one spot. You lock that fun up, and now you control the fun. You hold the key. That's one way to do it, I guess. Um, Used to think I used to split screen on the smallest TVs in the world, headshot people on Halo from across the map without Zune. Now you have to turn off the sound to see things right. Elite Beef Bob. It's funny. It's crazy. Times change. I miss split screen gaming, period, right? It brought us together. As, amazing of this new frontier of online gaming has been and is and continues to be. There's something nice about getting together with the community and trusting each other not to screen watch. They're very trustworthy. It's all downhill now, right? They don't make them like they used to. We could shake our fists at the sky about that one. We're all, you're in good company here. We all got, things were better back in the day type beliefs. That's why we're playing classic EQ in 2025. It's shit. Still slaps. I will follow the trail of dead goblins. That's how I will know the way. Not getting very much faction way back here, I'll tell you that much. But somebody's got to clean up this mess. What's behind me? Oh yeah, the wall. We're really cooking now. Black Pearl. Let's see, am I still scowling? I'm still scowling. We saw that one coming a mile away. Oh, there they are. The other side of this cafeteria, all-purpose room, cafetorium. That's what we had at my school when I was a kid. A cafetorium is what the door said. There's a cafeteria auditorium, aka the all-purpose room. Anybody else had a all-purpose room at your school, or did you have dedicated cafeteria, dedicated auditorium? So this was in elementary school, right? By the time I got to middle school, they finally had different rooms for that. Your cafeteria was a mobile trailer thing. So we did have one of those on the campus too, right? They called it the portable building. And I would always be like, well, yeah, but you never move it. Me, little shit, young Chewy, always with some comment. Oh, yeah, but you never move it. Well, they did, right? It got delivered there. That's why it was portable. It was portable. Now it's planted. You know, had not considered that. Um, I remember the portable building didn't have air conditioning. So like if you had your class in the portable building, you were hit. That sucked. But I wasn't in the portable building. I was in the real building. But I think we had like music class in the portable building or something like that. So we did sweat it out every now and then in the portable building. But I know some kids that was like their classroom, where they were in there all the time. I felt bad for them. Your entire school was made of portable buildings. Wow. Only K through 3 had the actual building, so it was probably like the same size building as where I went to school, but you probably had like multiple classes per grade. My school was like small, so we had one per grade still, and then if they had doubled that, then they would have had to do what you're describing, where K through 3 would have fit in the building. Because there must have been like 6 rooms in that building or so. It was like it was a smaller town in 1950 or whatever when they built it. They tore it down since, right? The school I went to was the new school in 1950 and then tore down by 2020. You know, time marches on. They call that progress. One per grade, very small town. Yeah. Yeah, I did the AOE on the pet again. Oh my god, it's actually killing me. I was like, I'll just jump around until it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's cool. What gets dropped now? Thinking Jade Ring, you know? I was saying before, eventually it's shirts versus skins. You stay in the zone long enough, you drop everything except for goblin skins and friggin' goblin forged shirts. But I think skins wins that fight. You start dropping shirts in favor of another stack of skins. That's how I do it anyway. Alternatively, you leave, right? You take your haul, you cash out, you go do something, or you just stay forever and just keep dropping stuff on the ground. See if I can do one more little nuke. I'm gonna do it from way over here. Nah, never mind. I don't have the mana for that. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, come on. Almost saved you. I think it was probably just a lot of goblins. There was perhaps some heaving ground about, but it didn't look like it hit him. There's no yellow text, so really nothing happened. Got Rikimaru in the zone. There must be an unnerving thing. You pop in all by yourself in a deep in a dungeon. I'm pretty sure he's a ranger, right? So he doesn't have gate or anything like that. You pop in, You see a whole bunch of flowers in the zone. That might be an unnerving thing. You might see yourself in some trouble. They got right out. I don't blame them. You know, better safe than sorry. Anyway, we're just gonna start over here. I'm gonna grab a snack real quick. You know, fuel us for the journey ahead. It's only just before 11 a.m. What happened to Sendy? I don't know, Ishiwatari. Blame the healer, which is me. I probably should have healed him. He was really low. I started casting a heal, but he was dead by the time it landed. I think it was like some goblins harm touched him or something. It looked like a big AoE hit him, but it was a goblin cast AoE. It wasn't even one of ours. Maybe it was one of ours. I don't know. I don't know. What heals? Yeah, exactly. What heals? It was coming. I had a heal in progress, but it was too little, too late. Bronkar in zone. This guy's familiar. Bronkar. Remember him? He's a pally with a dark elf mask, right? All right, be right back. Let me grab a snack. Got a couple hours to go. You know, we're just getting started over here, so I need some sustenance, fuel me forwards. So hang tight. We're gonna have a little more mana, and we'll figure out what's going on. All right, we got a poll up. There could be only one: Bob Saget or Dave Coulier. If you could, if it was up to you. Tough one. Two enter, one leaves. What are we doing out here? I'm at like 80 mana, 90 mana. Kill some stuff. Uh, where are we? Where's the rest of us? If we go, I might as well look at the map. It's been a while since I've been here, and I know where we are, but I just don't know where we are in relation to anything. So let's look up Dr. Oga on the wiki. Oga. I'll be more specific than that. Okay, here we go. Fardotron says another show that would make you sicker when you were sick was Quantum Leap. I couldn't play any video games when I was sick. It would make me sicker. Thanks a lot, Scott Bakula. I like that show, but I didn't see it back in the day. I saw it like I binged it on a streaming service years later. Let's see. Dining hall is number 5 on the map. So if we go north, we'll be back towards the entrance. They reboot that? Did they reboot that? They should. If they didn't reboot it yet, they should. I didn't see a reboot. Shit, reboots are easier than coming up with something new. We know this. You know? They did, huh? Well, the fact that I haven't heard anything about it probably doesn't bode well, but who knows? Maybe it's good. Anybody seen Quantum Leap Reboot 2022? We're getting repops here. It's a good spot. Lots of goblins. Why we came to this spot, because it's good. Have you seen the video of the dude that skied down Mount Everest? I have not seen that yet. That sounds totally insane. Of course, it's Red Bull sponsored, right? Anytime somebody is jumping off the space station, whatever, you know what I mean? Doing some ridiculous stunt, you know, Red Bull had a hand in, you know, giving him the wings, right? That's what we're to believe. That's the slogan. All right, trader's still scowling. Of course, it's gonna take time. It's gonna take a long time. Got stunned while spinning, always fun. A little life-threatening, if you ask me. Yeah, I mean, Mount Everest, you know, it's an accomplishment just to make it up and down. You know, you strap skis on, all of a sudden, like, are you crazy? Red Bull gave you wings. I used to drink the like knockoff Red Bull that they would sell at Cumberland Farms. If any Cumberland Farms patrons are out there, personally, I don't usually go to Cumberland Farms anymore. I've had enough bad experiences. I just don't. But I used to, And I used to like their knockoff Red Bull because it was cheap and it was like, get the job done. But I don't drink energy drinks, period, anymore. I'm clean. I'm clean. I'm off them. It's been a few years now, and I feel better. I drink a lot of coffee. If I don't have my coffee, I'm gonna be like horizontal. So it's like I'm still a caffeine addict, but I'm off of whatever other weird shit Monster was pumping me full of. I trusted them. I trust them to only give me the best of the whatevers. I never really looked into it. I don't know. Your local Cumberland Farm is a nice place to mingle with the unhoused. That's one way to look at it, Captain Long Whistle. Okay, so let me get on my gripe train over here. I like to gripe about the pettiest shit. Let me gripe a moment. Bear with me. So I don't like the way Cumberland Farm gas stations have a million entrances and like one exit. You know what I mean? Like I get it. They want to get people off the street into the parking lot. Then after that, they want you to stay there and spend money, right? Like so they make it like hard to get out. I swear, it's like the least convenient gas station, period. So I would just avoid it. They call it the blue cow. I don't know if I ever heard that term, but that would work, right? They got a blue cow. Is that dairy farms? I feel like that might be dairy farms. Cumberland Farms, I think, is like kind of local, Northeast USA chain. But anyway, I ever since I stopped drinking energy drinks, I stopped going in there to get their fake ass Red Bull that I liked it because you could get the big glug full. You know what I mean? And it was like that's broken. You're breaking the system when you get an energy drink by the big glug. Oh, the knockoff Red Bull. Yeah, maybe. I don't know what they called it. I forget. But it was pretty good. You know, like it wasn't like a premium energy drink. You know what I mean? But it definitely had more. You could feel the caffeine working. They should call it Blue Cow. Yeah, right. Instead of Red Bull, I finally get it. I finally get it. This whole time, I'm like, I don't think that's what they called it. Uh, I think they just called it just like energy or something like that. Like it was very generic, but it was like that like thick syrupy shit like that. If you're into that sort of thing, that's what you're looking for. Yeah, I'm over it. I'm off it. I'm done with it. But if you're still on it, no hate, no shade. It took me a long time to get off them though. I used to like really like have to crawl to the corner store to go get my morning monster. You know what I mean? Like it was bad. It was really bad. Like I was like full blown addicted. Like I couldn't function without a morning monster. You know what I mean? And then I'd be having my afternoon monster too. Yeah, I've tried to limit to just those two. And that's still a lot. That's still two monsters a day. That's like your freaking. If you read the fine print, they tell you like not to exceed that. You know what I mean? That was like my daily. That ain't good. I was on that for a long time. You remember Surge? Oh no, Surge was awesome. I liked Surge. I was all about that Surge, the OG recipe. You know what I mean? Used to call it the OG energy drink. You don't know if it was an energy drink, but it gave you energy. Yeah, I mean that was like the point. Like it was even called Surge. Like the whole thing was supposed to be like, like Mountain Dew was getting the kids all amped up, so they came with Surge. They invented Surge. I think it was Coca Cola came out with Surge to like compete with that. I'd say, and they were like trying to kick it up a notch. Like we're even more in your face. We're Surge. We're hip. What's up, fellow? Hit beverages, we're Surge, we're on the scene now. But I would say Jolt Cola. Uh, Took it even further than that before that. Remember that one? That was honestly kind of gross. Like Jolt Cola was like you take a cola and empty a bunch of caffeine powder into it. It was like really, really bad. You had to stop drinking monsters. Your heart didn't like it. It would make you sweat. Yeah, I mean they're not good. I don't think they're good for you. You'd get super anxious. I've definitely been to that point where I drank one too many and I was feeling like this is bad. This is bad for my health. Yeah. You know what I mean? So it's good that you stopped before it was a real issue. Captain Long Whistle says all the sugar, twice the caffeine was their slogan. Yeah, hell yeah. I'm back. Sorry, I had to sneeze. I had a sneezing outburst come on. I had to mute it quick. Yeah, Jolt Cola. I used to buy that at the local comic shop. Only place I knew where to get it. It was kind of expensive, you know, because you're paying comic shop markup on beverages. You know, let's be honest, it's not the best place to go buy any beverage. They're gonna mark it up. But that was the only spot to get it, so I'd pay it. I'd pay up. I wanted all the sugar and twice the caffeine as Joel advertised, and it was a lot. It was kind of gross. Anyway, maybe this was why I was staying home from school because I was crashing off all the sugar. You know, the other thing I would get from the comic shop back then, in the Jolt days, this would have been the later '90s, the later half of the '90s. Um, they had this candy called Crave, right? And again, the comic shop was the plug. I don't know where else you could have got Crave back then. But he knew where, and he would sell it to us, and it was like this controversial thing. Some of the parents were up in arms. I could have sworn there was probably even like a news thing about it. Crave. So you must be able to get it other places than just this one comic shop. But that's the only place I knew where to get it. And it was like powdered sugar, like pixie stick style. But it was in like vials. You know what I mean? It was very suggestive. One of them was white, so there was like a white powder in a vial, but it's candy. You know what I mean? Like it was the more the parents hated it, the more the kids had to have it. You know what I mean? Like we were the Dennis the Menace inspired generation. You know what I mean? We had role models like Macaulay Culkin to look up to and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like we weren't trying to, we eat what we like, right? It doesn't taste like apples. It doesn't have to taste like apples. Remember this? Free from depression. How's it going? Good to see you. I'm reminiscing about the good old days back in the '90s. Simpler times. Where was I going with this? Crave. So you'd be all hopped up on pure sugar from Crave, and then you'd be drinking Jolt with extra caffeine. No wonder I didn't feel good. It's all making sense now. Hindsight's 2020, as they say. But, right at some point, it might be healthy. Who knows? I remember there was all different colored ones. Though, so the white one got like outright banned. I'm pretty sure. Either that or it became such a hot commodity. I never saw it in stock. And even on the like lunchroom hallway black market, nobody had it available for resale at school. You know what I mean? No Crave Hustlers had the all white one anymore. So it was all different colored ones, but they were all still good. I love pixie sticks. So I'm pretty sure this stuff was just basically pixie sticks, which is good, delicious. You assume we had energy shots from Red Bull in tiny little cans? No, this I don't think I've ever seen that Ishiwatari EQ unless you're talking about what we just called Red Bulls because they were in small cans, right? Like a Red Bull with like a little can. Now they got bigger cans because you know addiction and all. People are hooked. You need more. Need more to do to just to get through. But energy shots. So to me, this sounds like what we would call like a 5 hour energy. That's a brand, and some sort of like sketchy thing. It'd be in like a cardboard box at the gas station near the register. They're like little twist off cap bottles, and they're like gross. They're like disgusting. They taste like some sort of like medicine more than like a drink. I, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I think they're disgusting, and they get you all um, feeling the effects. They got like sketchy stuff nowadays at gas stations. Like kratom based beverages that like people are getting like real sick on. You know what I mean? Like stuff that's not good, stuff that that anything goes these days. I feel like we're only gonna see worse and worse stuff as like regulations and oversight disappears. Like mark my words. We'll see though. Anyway, in Norath, we have no such concerns. In fact, if you want to talk beverages, you want to talk food, you want to talk things we consume. Well, for one thing, we ain't eating muffins anymore unless we want a little stack. Now we got the I got a loaf of bread. It's a full meal. That's a full meal, baby. We get enough faction here. We can buy Chardock food. You know, some real hearty stuff to really stick to your ribs, last longer. Finally, on P99, it didn't work for the longest. Our most recent patch fixed this. I'm so happy. This is one of those things that I would complain about periodically. Believe it or not, sometimes complaints pass my lips. You know. Um, well, I'll dot it. If anybody wants a faction, man, we got a goblin right here by the camp. Need to tap it. Yeah, go ahead. All you. Oh, it's dead. Oh no, you got the tap off. It looks like I saw you chuckle under your breath. That's good, right? Not a good thing. Um, sketchiest beverage I ever purchased at the gas station would have been an Orbits or Orbeez. What were those called? Orbits? You remember these things with the little balls floating on them back in the day? Those were. What was up with that? Why these things have little balls floating? I had to try it, and I remember it was like a weird sensation. Orbits with a Z. Thank you, Chronix5. This was a long time ago. I would have been walking home from school in like probably sixth or seventh grade. And you know what? It might have even been a discontinued product by this point. And I might have just been buying an expired one. It was weird. It was a weird thing. Ishwatari, you remember trying a pre workout drink? Did it once, never again. Felt like inches away from a heart attack. Yeah, I've never tried one. Captain Long Whistle says, Yoo-hoo is pretty gross. Hey, uh, you can say that. More Yoo-hoo for me. I grew up as a Yoo-hoo enjoyer. You know, I understand it's chocolate drink. It's not chocolate milk, and with that in mind, okay. But I'm down. I'm down. You got to shake it well. You got to shake it up real well. That's my recommendation for Yoo-hoo, and it's got to be cold. It's got to be like ice cold, well shaken, like egg cream in a bottle. Yeah, I don't know. I never. Okay, so I always was really grossed out hearing of an egg cream, right? And then I found out that it's not. It doesn't have egg or cream, right? That's just the name of it. So with that in mind, I'm intrigued now. I think I would try an egg cream, but I'm still scared that somebody would hand me like an egg in some cream. You know, I'm still even knowing that's not what it is. I still don't want it. I'm still like grossed out, like Yoo-hoo. Yeah, I see. The only time I've ever been to like a soda fountain like that was it was already closed. It was a consignment shop that used to be like a pharmacy soda fountain back in the day. So I've seen the equipment, you know, but it was all dusty, and that was before my time. That's why I thought egg cream had egg and cream. It's not as gross because it's fresh. I gotta try that because I like Yoo-hoo. But I also like circus peanuts. So I think that calls into question my whole sense of what's good, you know? Am I even a trustworthy source? I like weird orange industrial byproduct that's formed into peanut shape but tastes nothing like peanuts. Or a circus. Go Mother says kind of wild to you. Some of the crappiest kids in the 80s and 90s, like Fun Dip. Fun Dip's still banging. I like the stick personally. You know what I mean? Powdered sugar snacks are a okay in my book. You know, especially see if I was smart. If I was a smart kid in middle school, I should have like got some vials, like bulk bought empty vials, and then like dumped Fun Dip. See, I would say Pixie Sticks, but like Fun Dip would have been better because then I could have kept the sticks for myself, which was what I really wanted. And I could have sold it as, you know, candy at school, right? Because that was what was hot. We wanted that candy in a vial that like was sketchy. I should have done that. Instead, you know, best I could ever do was, you know, purchase it at a whatever crazy markup the store was selling it at and resell it for an even crazier markup. That was the best little hustle I could come up with in seventh grade or whatever. You used to get those two-star diner, Washington Heights. Do you think they still make them? The stick was the best part. It's delicious. You know, nourishing. I like anything that's that sort of pressed bone meal texture. I love it. If the diner's still there, they still make them. You think? Cool. Do you have eye patch of candy? I do. They sell Fun Dip at your local Shell station still. Nice. Um, yeah, I like those. I like what was that gum or that candy that turned into gum? Razzles or something like that. My mouth's watering thinking of that one. What other? I would frequently find myself buying candy buttons, but I didn't really, you know, they were not my favorite. I think it was because they were cheap, right? Like you remember that one, the strip of paper with like the little bits of sugar, and you know, good luck getting it without any paper. You're probably spitting out little paper bits as hard as you try. You just got your first eye patch. Hey, nice. Congrats on that. It's a great item for everybody, for melees, for hybrids, you know, even casters. Why not? I got one on my druid because they're awesome. We like those. We like these stats. We like buffs. Shemroy got an eye patch. Yeah, Necro got one because 50 HP. That's a sweet face. You know, gotta love it. Got 6 to each resist. We're on the PvP server. We love that type of stuff. You know? You can't put class all and be surprised when all classes want it. You know, we love this. Keep looting over here. My bags are too full. I'm very encumbered, as you see. Moving slower than molasses. Let's see here. We are just going to start over here. We're talking about, I don't know how I get so far into these tangents. But the question of the day actually is, what would you watch when you were homesick? You know, what was your go-to, what was your, like, your routine? You, you know, whether you're actually sick or not, maybe it makes a difference. For me, it actually did. Because if I was actually sick, I wouldn't play a video game. You know, if I got away with you know, faking it, which would that would be rare. You know what I mean? That would be an extremely rare thing. But then I might play a video game. Might play some EQ probably. Let's face it. Love this game. Tired of this multi-purpose room. Yeah, the cafetorium. Let's get out of here. Follow me. I'll show you the way. Once we loot. Price is Right with Bob Barker. Good uke. Same here. I loved that. That was my favorite. That was like, I wish I could stay home every day to watch that. You know what I mean? Drew Carey, I feel like does a good job. You know, change. I don't like change, but I have to accept it. You know what I mean? Like Bob Barker, you know, had a great run, uh, and I like Drew Carey. Drew Carey's a cool guy. It's good uke. Bartotron. I've already asked this. That's why I answer so confidently. It's actually a third option you had not considered. See, see, good uke knows that I know. All right, Goblin Trader. You still hate me? He still hates me. Of course, he still hates me. Um, we're not pulling Trader. Let's just skip this whole area. Just keep pushing. Hug this wall. All right. We'll just pick up where we left off. Fun bags. Lost us around the corner. There you are. Keep it pushing in this direction. He's gonna harm touch me. Oh god. He harm touched Zabtic. Thank you, Zabtic. Thank you for contribution. In college, your group of friends had a band form called Funkotron. So there's Fartotron, there's Funkotron. And that's it. Those are the only two Trons. Um, wow, I see Billy Boyo online. I haven't seen Billy Boyo in a while. One spliff a day, as Billy Boyo would say. Um, I probably got a Billy Boyo album over there. Let me see. Might be able to dig that out in a minute. I got to see what's wrong with my record player. I think it's finally having, you know, it's telling me it's time because I was listening to it. I was enjoying it. just this weekend. I put on a record that I bought a couple months back that I forgot I'd bought. I was like, oh, I can't wait to listen to this one. It's Scare Dem Crew. It's kind of a deep cut, right? It's like Elephant Man's people. It's from like around probably like Y2K. You know what I mean? This is a 25-year old. Oh shit, we got somebody in the zone. Overweight. Speaking of overweight, I'm carrying way too much weight. Let's see here. What was I yapping about? What were we talking about? I was on some sort of tangent about something. I've totally lost it at this point. So if you think of it, you could feel free to remind me. Oh, records. I remember now. It's all coming back to me. So I'm listening to Scare Dem Crew, and it's I'm enjoying it. And then it starts like the pitch starts going down, and it's like getting a little slower. And I'm like waiting for like some sort of like drop. I was like surprised. Like I didn't think it was gonna get so like dubby all of a sudden. But I'm like okay. And then I realized it stopped. The record stopped spinning. It slowed to a stop. And then when I turned it back on, turned it off, turned it back on, and it was struggling to spin. I was like, that's not good. I think it finally fucking kicked the bucket. The 5 pairs of Cyclops toes have a purpose or just personal use. Don't worry about those toes. Those are no, they're ice giant toes. Okay, I had to check. I'm like, am I really carrying all these Cyclops toes? Ice giant toes. Yeah, they got a purpose. They got a purpose. But you know, I don't know if it's a good purpose. Let's see what we see over. Yeah. So I was leading the way, and then I stopped leading the way. So where are we? Or we're still going the same way? Let me see. I've lost my bearings a little bit, but I think I know where I'm at. Should be, yeah. So we go into the north. Or wait, no, this way. This way, yes. All coming back to me, and then we take the like middle path. We skip this one, skip that one, take this one. I do believe. Oh shit. Canyoneers up with this freaking proc. You saw it? This is pretty cool. Yeah, you could join the cool club. Timdim has this one. This is huge. I was hoping we would see one of these for you, honestly. Canyoneer's Pike is what it's called. I will link it when there it is. Like the damage delay is not great, but effect drowsy, hey, that's better than nothing. That's better. That's a lot better than nothing. Swap that in for a proc. You know, it is primary only, which is a little annoying, but you know, if you really want to proc, you're putting your thing primary anyway. You can proc from the offhand, but not as often, right? You're only swinging but so much. You're only procking but so much. Oh. Chester just zoomed through. All right. We got to go like north. I think it's this one. So we're pretty close now. We can see overweight on track. Yeah, my bags are pretty full. Like I said, we played shirts versus skins. I'm not dropping spells. I'm not dropping potions. Spore mushroom. I hate to do it, but I gotta drop the spore mushroom. Oh, both spore mushrooms. Hate to do it. We will divvy out these skins and salts later. I'm just grabbing what I can, just because I don't want to see them rot. You know, we gotta keep a nice tidy area over here. Just keep killing while these guys do what they gotta do. Goblin's getting a workout today, but you know what he's there for. Gob Ilm, sorry, no, not to be confused with the real Goblin. Okay, we know the real Goblin. He's a real cool guy. Not trying to confuse anybody here. When I say Gob Ilm, the I is before the L. It's a totally honest mistake. This one got a cool hammer. All right, see it in his hands. Real cool hammer. Could be fine steel. Let's see. Oh yeah, fine steel. Cool hammer. All right, anyway, let's wait for the gang. We'll hang in this big room. I got my faction. Good to see everybody back. Everybody happy. All right, let me see. The north is this way. I mean, this is the way we're going. We're going north. The north is this way. Once we get Hogpig and Sendy back. And towards the Sanctrum. I think it's the Sanctum, but I typed Sanctrum to the guild. Because I'm sloppy typer right now. Here's what it is. Who dat? Who dat? Spooked me. I didn't see your skelly form. The multi-purpose room? Nah. I don't have a copy of Heroic Bond for sale yet. Might. I'd give it to you if I have it. I'll check my check right now. Why wait? I can do this. I use the parser, right? Because I can't keep track of any of this stuff. So I don't try to. Instead I load what is it called? Output file inventory, right? And then I make a whole list of all my inventory. I load them in the what's it called? Blah blah blah. Let's see. Heroic Bond. Nope. No Heroic Bond, sorry. Gotcha. I'm gonna grab a snack. Hog is invited. I will invite Sendy when Sendy gets to us too. You know? I'm assuming res effects will take a minute. We're good. We're all here. Gang's all here. Let's keep pushing onward towards the sanctum. I'm just grabbing snacks. Don't go too far. Oh shit, when did Sandy get a T-staff? I saw those 100 blows. That's pretty huge. I didn't even know. Here I am over here thinking it's like a IFS or something. What do I know? Look at this. Epic, Reaver, T-staff. What do I got? What am I bringing to the table? Dark Ember. Not quite on the same tier. You know? I'm lacking. I gotta step it up. Oh yeah, what I missed? Looks like I missed a pile of fun. A whole pile of goblin fun. But we're at the spot now. Now we're really in it. Gonna be getting to the real nitty gritty. Deep in the inner sanctum. It's always good to get faction going, you know? It's one of those things that's like the more the merrier. If we had two groups right now, we'd still be all sharing faction. It's not like XP where you gotta be in the XP group, right? Everybody gets the faction. The big ass table. There's the room where the warlord fight spawns. Or that's where the hand in. This I don't know. Is this just a room? Is there anything special about this room? I like this room. I feel like he comes to this room, the warlord. He walks there, he paths there and sits there. Goes on. Of course the angry's not up. We ain't spawning no warlord today. Or at least not right now. See a Madden Burn Eye is up. He could drop something. Not necessarily anything really good, but he drops stuff. Nice spot to sit. Hey Chester, come here. He wants his lunch. I got it's about that time I go feed him. He's circling around like a shark. Come here. We've picked up a good amount of coin too. You know, that's a nice little side effect over here. Hey, we were talking about question of the day, right? Every Sunday there's a question of the day. If you didn't know, now you know. Sunday SWAMPTACULAR SPLASHFEST 2025, number 46. Today's question of the day. If you were homesick from school, what would you watch? What was your go-to? Were you a Bob Barker fan like a lot of us? I feel like that's it's such an easy answer. Price is Right. It's the only day you get to watch it, you know? After Price is Right was over, I was watching movies. I'd just stay on the couch, just plant myself all day. I'd recover that way, you know what I mean? That was The only way to get better. Supermarket sweep. Oh yeah, huh? Help control the pet population. Have your pet spayed or neutered. Bob Barker was a real one for that. I'm pretty sure that was like they didn't make him say that. Like he like personally cared, and I think you know if you really look at the statistics, he had a point. He had a point. But I do like Drew Carey in the role. I haven't watched too many of the new episodes, right? But I think like that's just fine. You know, like change happens, right? Now Bob Barker's passed away. He almost made it 100 years. You know, he had a good run, a solid run. You know, I don't think a show has to end just because the host isn't with it. I don't even think he was the original host, right? So it's like change happens. Now it's Drew Carey. I think he's doing a great job. Big ups, Drew Carey. I'm gonna go feed the cats. It's time. I don't know if you heard Chester proclaiming, but it's time. He's made the call. Be right back. Good Uke asks, do people give you endgame gear just for being present on this server? It's a good question. I would say you will see a lot of endgame gear because there's a lot of long time players, right? Servers very established. Have been no wipes, no resets, nothing. Same old red since 2014 or whatever. No, 2010 or whatever. It's been a long ass time. A long ass time. So, there's a lot of gear kicking around. You might see some, probably more often than other servers getting kicked around. But a lot of the high end stuff you'll see, people worked for it and they're proud of it. We're EverQuest enjoyers just like any other server. There's just less of us. Sorry. Sorry for coughing. Yeah, Sendi's doing some fancy pulls. Speaking of endgame gear, with some fancy pulling there. I see you. Were there ever dragon raids? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. People slay dragons, even on Red 99. So if you just watch in the mornings, like on a Chewy stream, you might see me check the Who All and it's looking dismal. It's looking grim. But it's early, you know what I mean? People wake up, people log in, especially evenings. I haven't played a night in a while. I know the nights have been popping. Sometimes I'll even still see high numbers in the morning from the night. Some things can't be done. You're right. There are some things that are a little out of reach. Nobody's ever killed Tunair on this server, right? Ever. I think that's about it. But some things would definitely it would take more people than are currently logging in, but get my little action hits in here. Sheesh. Uh-oh. 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 I don't have the world's most mana. The unfortunate thing here is for healing won't give me the faction hits. I still got to get in there and melee, you know? I should be focusing on the healing, but I want to get some faction hits too. Call me crazy. I already gave you thorns. I'm not going to waste my mana on that. Yes. Pig says you can get faction by healing. I don't know. It didn't work. I tried it. I didn't get the message when stuff was dying. If I don't hit it, I have to actually touch it. Um, we'll try it. We'll try it on the next one. But earlier in the stream I was surprised because I thought that's how it worked. I remember in particular when we would go to the hole. If I was on Gob Iln, I would always be paranoid of getting faction hits, right? Yeah, a little limiting. Warrior, cleric, pally, rogue, dwarf, halfling, gnome. Little limiting. Restrictive. But it is nice if you could wear it. Oh yeah, I said I was gonna try it, but I didn't. I already hit these. I wonder. Okay, here's the thing. So when I tried it earlier, I healed Sendy. Sendy's a monk. Maybe he feigned death after the heal, and that's why I didn't get the faction hit. You know, it could be something where I know what I saw, but I'm just misinterpreting the results. Perhaps we'll try it. We'll get scientific with this. I will heal without hitting. Next thing I see. Why am I raising Chardock faction? Chardock's just the place to be, you know? You could bank in there, you can vendor in there, you can ouch. Alright, let's see if I get the faction hit. So that one aggroed me. You would think if I'm on the aggro list, I should get faction. Let's see. I got faction. Okay. What the hell? Why didn't I get faction that other time? But I didn't get faction on that one. Even though I healed Sendy, who had aggro of all of them. So I don't get it. Like, there, another one died. I got no faction. Really weird. Unless it's because I'm doing it to a monk and he's feign deathing. But I didn't see him feign death. Right? You didn't see any feign death message in there, did you? The only one that gave me faction was the only one that aggroed me. So I don't know. I can't make it make sense. But plus heal after the mobs are in camp. Yeah. Didn't I? Did I do it too early? I don't know. We'll have to see. I'll try it again. Maybe this time I'll hit Hogpig. Because Hogpig can't feign death. Right? Maybe it's like a feign death. An imperceptible. That's the thing about monks. They move, they got such agility, they got these fast moves that you gotta like slow down the footage. And then you see, oh, it was the feign death. But I'm seeing it with my human eyes, and it's just yes, I can't perceive the motions. Okay, mobs are in camp, hitting Hogpig with a thing. Let's see. Testing hypotheses over here. Ooh, use a cheaper one and do it more often. That's an idea. See if I still have minor healing somewhere. Oh yeah, there we go. Always got that thing on me, you know? You thought I was done minor healing. Oh no. Um Stuff died and I didn't get faction hits. And it wasn't a monk. I don't think it works. I don't think healing gets, they must have patched this. Because you all saw me heal. The mobs were in camp. Look at all these that died without faction hits. They changed it. Maybe it's a red only nerf. It wouldn't be the first time they've nerfed red. But I got faction from 1. 2. That might have been the previous fight even. It's weird. Really weird. Anyway, I was just meleeing stuff, and that was working fine. So I'm gonna go back to that. I had earlier. I was surprised by it not working, so I just stopped trying it. And now that I'm trying it again, it's like, what's up with this? Throw 3 or 4 minor heals out. Yeah, perhaps, perhaps. Let's try that. Okay, well, I just swung on both these, so I'll try it on the next one. Minor heal everybody in the group. And then I should get lots of XP, or lots of faction. Let's see. It's always fun to experiment. Testing hypotheses. They gotta be we gotta be able to replicate the test, you know, otherwise it's no good. It's not good science.
Swish
Whoa!
2 started a new hype train.
Swish 2, thank you for that. Swish 2 with the gifted subs. Whoop, whoop. He says he hopes to hit somebody in the chat. Let's see if it happened. Who got gifted? Subjective nonsense. Congrats. Old Schroeder. Strong 170. Tired grandmother. Stink LOL. Congrats to all of you. Out of all those names, I don't think anybody was chatting today, but hey, if you're out there right now and you just got gifted a sub, definitely pipe up. Say something. Thanks, Swish. I'm thanking Swish. Thank you, Swish. Go mother, Swish got you last time. That's what's up. Swish 2, I agree. The gifters should be able to straight up choose, period. You know what I mean? Like, you're the one gifting. You should be able to pick. Too tired to care what's going on. It's great to see you. We're just getting started over here. Swish 2 just gifted some subs. It feels so good. And, oh, whoa. Whoa. We got some pet on. What just happened there? Oh, you can if it's singles. Oh, gotcha. Well, yeah, I just so Twitch was like, "Hey, you haven't been running your sales. You're supposed to run your sales. You only have a month left to run all your sales." It's like, what sales? I didn't know I had sales, so I ran a sale. So I think that's what Swish 2 just was able to benefit off of a little, you know. I love a good savings around here. Got some rambunctious. Who is this guy? Who's in the zone? Is this Funbags' pet? I'm like watching you guys fight, and I'm like, who are they fighting? They're fighting each other. Does it ever get old on red when you're trying to med and your buddy just walks over and hits you? Yes, it does actually, Goat Mother. It does, but I wouldn't have it any other way. Sales beneficial for everyone, but realistically, it's only benefiting the mega streamers. Well, yeah, I mean, it's just a numbers game, right? Mega streamer implies a lot mega viewers, right? And you just multiply everything. Everything's multiplied. Um, just for fun, your pet couldn't hang. Gotcha. I thought it was just for fun, but then for a moment I was like, is it like an unseen hand situation where I just don't see what's going on? I'm not familiar, Swish 2. Oh shit, we got a pop! We got a pop right in the face. I am so egregiously encumbered right now, though. I gotta, like, try to make a couple moves. Find steel weapon, like, you're not good enough. You're getting drops. Imagine dressing up for a night out, but you're playing CSGO instead. Sounds fun. You got bad news this morning? Too tired to care? Oh no. Are tinker bags on red? They go mother. They are. I wish I had one right now. Honestly, I'm cheap. There's no reason I don't have any other than I'm a like cheapskate. Let's see here. Take a little seat. I need this storm strength. Everybody's always like, "Can I get a strength buff?" I need the strength buff. You could have the strength buff that's left after I'm done with it. How about that? I'm so encumbered. It's ridiculous. Oh, too tired to care. No, I'm sorry to hear that. I was like, you got some of the worst news possible. Listen, if you ever need somebody to talk to, you know how to reach me on Discord or hop in the swamp, period. You know what I mean? Like, you're always in good company. Sometimes, sometimes talking doesn't help, but sometimes it does. Oops. I didn't mean to click that. Did I just share something? I was trying to open this chest. Ooh, button mash. Why don't I see the chest? I clicked the wrong thing. Let's see if I can do a button mash. If I can do a button mash, then it's all good. Oh, it's the good one. It's the good one emote. Thank you. Swish, that was all you. Appreciate that. What have I done? But my chat window is so small right now. I open up the emotes window. It's taking up the entire chat window, so I don't know how to close it. Okay, there we go. Make it bigger. Chew, chew. Did I ever do any of the best PV tournaments back in the day? I did. I did the Shadow Knight one. I was low level though. So here's the thing. If you read the official documents of the event, it lists Chewy What a Wookiee as a level 60 Shadow Knight. I was not level 60. They announced the best of the best. I was probably like level 50. And then I was like, I better get off my ass and level up in time for this tournament. And I did. I got some levels. I was like 50 something. Upper 50s, getting there. I don't think I was 59. I don't even think I was 58. I might have been 57. Son, I was getting there. And I think I lasted 2 rounds. The guy I lost to was the guy who won the whole thing. Never saw him before or after. I don't know what kind of sketchy ringer shit that was. But to be fair, it was back when the server was larger. So, you didn't know everybody. It's not like you show me a player now and be like, never seen this guy. You know what I mean? Or we have the list of less than 20 players on. You know what I mean? So anyway, I did beat somebody pretty handily. It was a quick fight. Shadow Knight 1v1s were very fast, right? You just first harm touch, first lethal harm touch, really. So it was a quick fight, but it was fun. And if I got paired against anybody else, I would have went more rounds. Honestly, I would have smoked any of those other Shadow Knights out there. That one guy had like all the gear. I don't even know who that was. But good times. Best way to lose is to the eventual winner. Yeah, I mean, honestly, there wasn't even that many of us. But I will say, anything that says I was level 60 at the time, that was false. I was not. Not level 60. Sirkin knew that. And Sirkin kept saying I was 60. Because he hated me. And he was trying to make me look bad. It was fun. You know? Shadow Knight, I remember we were in like Kanos Hills, right? I do believe that's where we were. All right, let's see. But yeah, good question, Go Mother. It was fun. I don't remember, like I said, the player who won, I never saw them before or after. So I don't even remember their name. But I think they were an ogre. If I'm not mistaken. They were definitely level 60. That was the thing I was most afraid of right there. It was just like, oh god, I have to fight somebody that's higher level. Probably Redcon, you know what I mean? Like I think I was like not even high enough that 60 wasn't red. I was like, so I knew that was bad news, but I have nobody to blame. You know, I was in no rush to level at all. I was level 20 for like the longest time because that was a lot of fun. That's where all the action was. Playing in Unrest and stuff, playing in Upper Gawk, just battling in the trenches with the unwashed masses, you know? It was really fun. So I wasn't really like participating in the legacy drops. I should have been, you know. Hindsight's 2020. I should have made a druid or something, you know. Got mana stone, got just did that stuff on a high level, and then played my Shadow Knight in the swamp, you know, in the trenches like that. Instead, I played my my trench swamp dweller as a main, you know, and focus on that. But I wouldn't have it any other way. It was really fun, honestly. Got to leave an impression on people, you know? That new server thing where people play shit they hate just to get legacy loot is sad, says Switch too. Yeah, that's what I wanted. That's what I'm saying I should do. All these years of being like, no, I'm not gonna do that. Now I'm like, you know what? Maybe that's the way. You know, maybe they're onto something. It's either you do that or you miss out. You know, that's the unfortunate reality of it. But in hindsight's 2020, the theme of the day, hindsight's 2020 again coming up is they didn't even remove legacy loot in any reasonable time frame on Red. So even taking my sweet time, I could still do it. Hey, Captain Longwhistle, thanks for hanging out. Enjoy your lunch. Appreciate you chilling today. I appreciate you hanging out. Wonderful oversee a new big scale emulated server launch after that THJ stuff. So, I mean, it depends on your definition of big scale, Swish. As long as big scale means capped at 800 concurrent players, if you're cool with that, then yeah, hell yeah, we'll get some big scale emu server launches for sure. Asterisks, as long as they're not interfering with any Daybreak TLP releases. You know what I mean? Like there's steps must be taken. You got to tiptoe through the tulips a little bit. You know what I mean? A new P99 or a new Quarm. I mean, Secrets said no new server, right? It was Secrets through um, casual channels, right? It was like a Discord message. Secrets said no new server was part of the agreement. When Secrets copied and pasted the agreement, there was nothing about no new server, right? So I mean that one I'm a little wishy-washy on. I've heard no new server from for Quarm as part of the agreement, but I also see the emulated uh, server operator agreements that Rogan presented on behalf of Daybreak to the EQ Emu forums recently. Those kind of implied new servers are cool. So you know what I mean? There's a lot of like mixed messaging going on. We gotta, I mean, Quarm's agreement is between Secrets and Daybreak, right? Really, it's none of our business, but I would sure like to see it, you know, just as a curious, interested party that likes to get nosy about this kind of shit, you know? Because I feel like nothing against Secrets. I'm not saying Secrets isn't being truthful. I'm just saying we know it's not the whole agreement because we got the agreement and then we got drip fed other lines that weren't mentioned before. So it's like, what's the whole agreement? That's all I want to know. What's the whole agreement? Let's see the whole thing. You could censor your name. You know, you don't need to, redact it. You could redact the agreement. Let's see a redacted agreement. I just want to see it. You know, just out of curiosity. It's really out of like nothing other than that. Just because I like to speculate wildly. Um, if I see the agreement, then we can start wondering, well, why did Daybreak say this? What's Daybreak afraid of with that? Well, got to dig in there. Got to read between the lines. Evelina says 15 online, servers crowded, right? If you're used to 2 players online, 15 is a little much. But if you're used to hundreds of players, 15 could be a little lonely. Hmm. Didn't Quorum have to remove everything that changed the game? Like new zones and new quests? Yeah, that seemed to be part of it. Custom content is no longer allowed, right? I think the real takeaway in this post THJ world, right? Now we are it's after Hero's Journey. That's what I mean by post THJ. It's post THJ now. We're in a new era. In this new era, if you have any sort of original ideas, you have any like little things you want to tweak, you think you could improve upon EverQuest, guess what? Don't. Come up with your own game. And then you won't be limited, you won't be burdened, you won't have to, dox yourself. You won't, you know what I mean? Just if you want to have a fan passion project where you emulate how EverQuest used to be at one friggin' stage or another within the first 10 expansions, then, I guess there's still a place for you in the official EQ Emu umbrella. But if you're looking to do something creative, I say do your own thing, straight up. Like it's, they're not looking for creativity. They're not looking for new quests. They're not looking for new drops. They're not looking for new NPCs. They're not looking for ways to tweak the difficulty of the game in any way. They're not looking for any of that. You know, they've proven this. They really, they put their foot down. They could just employ a couple creators to do it themselves. They're too narrow focused and minimal effort. I mean, innovation's hard. It is. And that's why if you really do have something innovative, don't, just do something else. Let us know about it. Come to my Discord, come to the swamp. There's a pinned link, right? Come to the swamp and hop on in, tell us about it. We'll be happy to come visit your game that's, totally distinct from EverQuest and like I said, unburdened. unlimited. You know, you don't have to worry about those lawyers breathing down your neck or anything like that, or you don't have to worry about limiting your player cap, anything like that. Daybreak's scared of anything that'll pull players away. Talented emulator devs need to go Monsters and Memories route, you think? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Monsters and Memories route is a perfect example. You know what I mean? Like, they could have, I don't want to say took the easy way, but they could have stood on the shoulders of EQ Emu, right? No fucking way. It was really an earring. Let's see. I'm gonna give it to Funbags. Now Funbags is excited for a good name drop over here. That's a good name drop. It's like pretty much one of the best things you can get in this zone. Let's Alright, big upgrades. You got the Reaver, you got the Earring of Essence. You're a scary Shadow Knight now. Frightening. What was I gonna say? I mean, Monsters and Memories could have took, let's call it a shortcut. I'm not gonna say the easy way. They could have like maybe cut some steps out of the equation by, you know, grabbing the EQ Emu open source and, you know, tweaking some things and being like, yeah, we're making there's dwarf bards this time, or you know what I mean? Like they could have just tweaked EQ, and they'd be in some hot water by now because Monsters and Memories has certainly drawn attention, right? People are looking at it, but listen, Daybreak can't say shit. You know, they don't own dragons. They don't own orcs or fantasy. You know what I mean? They just own very specific IP, you know? And Monsters and Memories has managed to not do that, right? So I think that's a good kind of that will be the future going forwards. You can be an EverQuest enjoyer, you can be EverQuest inspired, and make a game, but just don't make EverQuest. Don't you know? It might have flown a few years ago, but it's just a new world. All right, let's see here. Let's see here. What would be a good name? I would think the Bodyguard. I don't see any body. They'd be probably in the most recent chunk of pops. Bodyguard. Fun bags. This is your neck. Woof. Yeah, that's something. Stay on the task. We're just getting started over here. You know, it's probably towards the end of the stream, to be real, but it doesn't mean we're done. And it's probably about the time where I like to remind you all that every Tuesday is now called Tuesday. I like to choose a game or two or three to play. You know, it's almost a variety stream on Tuesday. Um, Thursday morning, straight back to EverQuest, you know, without fail, without waiver. You know, I will be here on Red 99 grinding Doing a rise and grind every Thursday morning. And of course, Sunday, pure EverQuest enjoyment on the Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest 2025. This is number 46. And I think it's been a good one, you know? It was off to a rocky start. I'm not gonna lie. I was having a rough go of it playing the Enchanter, you know. It's fun till it's not. That's how Enchanter goes. But then it was fun again. We're playing EQ. I'm enjoying it. You know, no crash out, nothing. Cindy wants a BP click. I mean, I guess I could probably afford to click my unlimited charges thing. Could do that for you. Yasimo, what's going on? Hey, so yeah, I was just saying, maybe Rise and Grind on Thursday morning. I might play the Enchanter again. I was having a good time with it this weekend. I got a couple levels. Level 52, 30% in after the reses. After the reses, you know, there was a little mess, but the mess is cleaned up. And now we moved to phase 2. Phase 2 was a little faction grind. We all need faction. So we're grinding it, you know? Let's see, let's see. Mimsy asks, any fellow Farmville players online? I need to handle my crops. My other account got banned. And Farmville was fun. I saw a commercial the other day for a game that looked exactly like Farmville. It was like, had a different name, but all the assets were like exactly ripped off from Farmville, or at the very least, you know, heavily inspired. But it looked like a rip off to me. I forget what they called it, but it was not Farmville. Can't beat the classics. Exactly, exactly. I used to enjoy that. Had a good time. I mean, okay, maybe a good time isn't the right word, but I certainly played some of those early era Facebook games. All the assets for Megabank are free assets. Nice way to do it. You were telling me there's a Megabank patch next week, Monday. What's do you know what that entails? Are they trying to balance some stuff? Are they adding anything new? Do we get a swamp patch? Swamp patch when? I need a new world. I've jumped around the forest. I've bounced around the desert. I've bonked from the east to the west. Cream wolf. Yes. No, egg cream. The mega swamp patch. I need that. I want that. Fartotron, I think, was the one who suggested like an urban level too, where you're jumping like either in alleys or from rooftop to rooftop, something like that. That would be awesome. I want a swamp in the bonk. I know. And I think like all great games, Megabonk needs a fishing mini game somehow. Let's work that in. Let's, you know, chop chop. That would be a great improvement. Every game needs a fishing mini game. You know, a little distraction from the hustle and bustle of the rest of the game. The rat race that is. Tetris while you mad. There you go. Um, if you had to rank fishing games, I think Ocarina of Time was very memorable. I definitely played that one. That was because I wanted to complete everything, right? And I think you had to like really grind it, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't know if I'm just remembering it because I'm traumatized, or I'm remembering it because I loved it. But when I think back to like fishing mini games, I feel like Ocarina of Time was one of the best. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Casimo, you asked if there's room in the group. Here's the thing, Cass. I got about 7 minutes left over here, but maybe some of these other guys want to push it a little longer. We've been going hard for hours though, so I don't know. Might be break time coming up. I gotta go grab lunch in a little bit, you know, personally. But hey, Casimo, every week if you want to get down with us, we got, you know, Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest 2025. It's like clockwork. I'm always here, always doing it. But I do always end it right about at 1 p.m., which is coming up. We're right around the corner. Or if you prefer, we could say we're just getting started over here, right? That's one way to look at it. It's more positive. We're just getting started to wrap it up, to finish it up, wind it in, wind it up. What does that mean to play us out? Remember that one? Can't read it. There aren't any words on it. All right, these guys want to pour out of here. Perfect. Perfect. We're gonna pour out of here. But I hope you had fun today. I had a great time. And any cats on stream? Swish asked. Nope. They've all. Winnie ran through once, ran by, didn't really stop, didn't pay me no mind. You know, I fed them, so I might. You know, that's all I had to do. They're done with me. Chester, he was teasing me, you know what I mean? Rubbing on my leg, looking at me, like playing like he's gonna jump up, but then like when I go to get him up, he jumps away. You know what I mean? He's Chester. So no, that's the long answer. Short answer, no. I wish. All right. Who we porting? Where are we porting them? Lazy bones cats. Fed cats are never seen. Switch to yeah, exactly. When they're hungry, they're right in your face. Well, I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna starve my cat for just to get him to hop up on my lap. I wish he would do it, but he's gotta want it. Yeah, this was good shit. Good shit. I'm glad you all came and hung out. Hey, the last chance to answer the question of the day. If you didn't answer yet, what would you do when you stayed home sick? Did you lounge around, watch TV? If so, what'd you watch? Did you have a special elixir you would drink to get better? What's the recipe? I gotta know. I'm not sick or anything. I'm just wondering. Just curious. I would watch Price is Right and then cuddle up watching a movie, and probably feel better by the time the Star Wars trilogy was done. That's all it would take. 3 movies back to back. That's it. But that would heal me. Switch to you say when you were sick from school is often Back to the Future 1 or 2 or both. You got good taste. Got real good taste. Love that movie. Love those 2 movies. The third one I was not so much. Switch 2 says not 3 because I was sick already and didn't want to get worse. Yeah, exactly. What's up with that? I try not to like hate on it too bad, but I really it was not good. All right. Anybody want the next port? The bus is leaving the station. All aboard to Cobalt Scar. Now departing South Row Station. All right. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Casimo said weed would help. That's what you would do and stayed home from school. Hey, no judgment here. No judgment here. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. We're gonna go raid a channel. We always go raid a channel at the end of the stream, right? It's like the tradition, one of many traditions over here. There's no yellow text to celebrate by chomping on gum, so we didn't do that tradition. But I did say stuff such as we're just getting started over here. That's definitely a tradition. We shouted out Fippy Darkpaw and his stick-to-itiveness. Very traditional. Shout out to Stephanie EverQuest. Thanks for Antonia's Block Party reminded me to do that. Appreciate that. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody. Let's do the raid. Who we got? Who could we go raid? Goku but Stronger streaming. Let's go say what's up to Goku but Stronger. He says last Geo session. I'll believe that when I see. He loves these things. He can't get away from the Geos. Let's tell him what's up. Ask him when he's going to play Red with us again, you know? It's all right. No rush. Server's not going anywhere. You know Red will be there when whenever you come to it. That's the beauty of it. So anyway, thanks for hanging out. Let's go show him some love. He's a pillar of this community, the Twitch EverQuest community. Anyway, peace out, everybody.